It's the decision day in Barcelona. Hello and welcome live from the Circuit de Catalunya for the season finale of the GT Winter Series 2021 and 2022. It's going to be such an exciting day, and although it's the last chapter of the season, we are bringing it to you with a first, because for the first time ever you will be able to watch all the three races live with our streaming coverage for the first time here from Barcelona. So let's take a look on our schedule for the last racing day of the season. Racing is going to kick off in just under 25 minutes with sprint race number 1 over 25 minutes. Then later on in the afternoon we are going to have the sprint race number 2, another 25-minute encounter, and then to close it all off we are going to have the 45-minute endurance race, including a pit stop shortly after 6 local time here at the Circuit de Catalunya. So there is plenty of action to coming up today, and of course we will not only be bringing you the racing action from the circuit, but we will also take you inside the pit lane, into the pit boxes, to talk to as many teams as possible for the last day of the season. But first of all, let's take a look how we got here to the last round of the season by looking back to the previous round just 4 weeks ago at Jerez.
The third round of the GT Winter Series, and the battleground this time, Jerez in Spain. In the well-known manner of 2 qualifying sessions, followed by 2 sprint and 1 endurance race, the competitors start into the race weekend.
Die Strecke ist cool, ist oldschool. Ich kenne das noch von ganz früher, die ganzen Formel-1-Rennen hier. Und es ist toll, jetzt hier auch mal richtig Rennen zu fahren.
I love the track. I think it's superb, it's fast. Very good for these cars.
Die Strecke ist echt cool, ich bin hier noch nie gefahren. Es ist eine sehr schnelle Strecke, hat einen richtig guten Flow und mir macht sie sehr viel Spaß und ich freue mich heute da jetzt auch wirklich Rennen zu fahren.
It's a full house again, with a grid of 29 cars on the sunny 4.4 kilometer long ex-Formula One track. No less than 3 drivers who share the first place in the championship, so a lot of excitement right at the beginning of the race weekend. At the front of the grid, it's again Karel Basch, but this time in the Mercedes AMG Gt4 of Olymp Racing. The well-known Olymp Audi R8 with Stanislaw Jedlinski behind the wheel only made it into the top 10. Behind Basch, it's an armada of Porsche lining up for the lead. The lights go green, and Basch in the AMG stays ahead of the field. Michael Hughes follows in second position. In the middle of the field there is quite a lot going on, especially the BMW España motorsport team had a good start and could make up some positions right at the beginning of the race. Also, Markus Lundstrax in his Racing 1 Aston Martin GT4 showed enormous speed, but unfortunately had to retire the race after a contact with Jedlinski at the hairpin. His teammate Moritz Gysi, now with the only Aston in the otherwise strongly represented GT4 class. Since the championship-leading GT4 driver Theo Uverhaus couldn't participate in this event, it's the moment for the other competitors to make some ground. Gabriela Zhilkova seizes the chance. Class win for the reigning champion in the Mercedes AMG Gt4 right before Moritz Gysi.
P1 ins Ziel gekommen, bin konstante, schnelle Rundenzeiten gefahren, also für mich war sehr erfolgreich.
Overall, it's Hughes in the Porsche 991.1 GT3R who takes the win, after Basch received a penalty for overtaking under the yellow flag and therefore claims the second place. The podium is completed by Javier Ibran Pardo, who started from the 5th position in his Ligier LMP3. Race 2 here on the Andalusian circuit, and pole position for Euch, followed by Marcin Jedlinski and Pietra Wera. A great start from Michael Euch in the Porsche, with Jedlinski right behind him. The two front-runners could create a gap to the competitors right away. Quite a moment for Chris Hillaby in his 997 GT3 Cup. Although he manages to get back on track, he had to retire the race after only 6 laps. Better luck for the number 81 of BMW España Motorsport. During the race, Jose de los Milagros could improve their position from 18 to 13 overall and secure their class victory at their home race. Impressive driving by Javier Ibran Pardo, who had to start from the back of the field but managed to finish the race in P5 overall. A great performance also from Oscar Lufquist in the number 91 Kerlin Motorsports Porsche. He could finish first in the Cup R class. With the 4th position overall, he even manages to leave some of the GTR competitors behind him. Winner of the race is again Michael Euch, who pulled off a solid start-finish victory, followed by Olymp Racing in 2nd position.
Wir sind eigentlich sehr unvorbereitet in das Rennen rein, beziehungsweise heute Morgen an das Qualifying vom Setup, von den Reifen her. Ja, hier ist einfach nur just for fun, bei gutem Wetter und bei guten Leuten.
It's the last chance for the competitors in Jerez to score before the final round in Barcelona. And an ambitious start from Manuel Lauf in the PZ5 Lakes 991 GTR to tip off this 45-minute endurance race. Using all the little space he had, he manages to get the leading position even before the first corner. Euch lets him have his way, but never stopped building up pressure. Ulrich Ziegler and David Asphalt were unbeatable in the HP Racing Cup Porsche 991 and therefore on their way to a class victory. The Cup S-Class was dominated by the Dutch duo Verkerk and Verkerk, but nonetheless, it was Carsten Kramer Racing with several Cayman GT4s that delivered exciting battles throughout the whole weekend. A safety car phase around the middle of the race opened up interesting opportunities for some of the racing teams. Most and foremost for the BMW España Motorsport team. They even left all the GT4 cars behind them and finished this final round in Jerez in the 6th position overall. The podium in this endurance race, Michael Euch and Klaus Horn in 3rd position. Uwe Lauer and Francesco Lopez in Die Beermacher's Ferrari 488 GT3 in 2nd position. The courageous maneuver at the start from Lauck and Driesau is rewarded with the overall victory.
Ja, war ein tolles Wochenende hier unten, tolle Organisation und 3 Rennen an einem Tag. Was wünscht man sich mehr zu Beginn der Saison, ja, und mit so einem Ergebnis?
With BMW España Motorsport leading the championship standings, the competitors are heading into a last, decisive race weekend. The final round of the GT Winter Series will take the participants back to Spain. On the 12th and 13th of March, the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya will be the home for the showdown of the championship.
So that's how we got here to the season finale at Barcelona. Time to catch up now with Robin Selbach from the GT Winter Series organization. Robin is the project manager. And Robin, you know, we thought the great thing about GT Winter Series is that we can go to sunny destinations in the European winter month. At least that's what we thought, what we were expecting.
Yeah, the weather is not how it should be in sunny Spain. But the last 3 races we had very sunny weather, and yeah, today we had already a delayed qualifying because of fog. Yeah, but we handle with it and we go on. We had 1 wet qualifying session, but the second was nearly dry, and yeah, now we go on.
And it's going to be an exciting day for all of us because basically this is the first time ever that GT Winter Series will be broadcast live today.
Yes, this is correct. So we expect a full grid with a good mix of cars now and hopefully exciting fights for the positions.
And as you can see and as you can hear, it's getting noisy down here in the pits because the cars are now heading out onto the grid. We'll hop over there in a minute to do some interviews with our pole setters and all the other drivers. And for now, it's time for Adam Weller, your commentator, to take over and to get you the first impressions from the circuit. Adam, there you go.
Thank you very much, Lucas. There you can see the cars heading out onto the circuit. And as we heard there from Robin, this is a field with variety as its main positive. We have GT3, GT4 Cup cars, LMP3s, Radicals, and that's really just the first few rows. Of course, we also have the BMWs, the M2CSs, and the M240i's, the 2 Series Coupe BMWs that, of course, we see quite often on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, etc. There's one of them now, just heading into the first corner, one of the many Schnitzellaum entries, and there in the traditional factory BMW Hispana colours is the 81 car, which is the championship leading entry on 182 points coming into this season finale here at Barcelona. 182 points for Nerea Marti, the W Series racer, and Jose Manuel de los Milagros, who will be in the car for this first race. As you can see, the conditions are challenging, as they have been all day long. As we heard just a couple of moments ago, we had rain and fog in the morning that delayed qualifying, and once we did get qualifying underway, lap times were mixed. It's safe to say there are some cars that we'd expect to be much higher on the grid and others that punched well above their weight in what we expect to be a grid of approximately 35 cars, maybe a few more. It's going to be certainly hectic in the first few laps and throughout the 25-minute duration of this first sprint race, and that mixed up grid is surely only going to contribute to that further. It will be, we will have a look at the grid, of course, in full after the grid walk a little later on with Lucas. But as you see these pictures live from the circuit, you can see the task that the drivers have. You can see the headlights showing the dampness of those painted curbs, and I'm sure that's going to be one of many issues that the drivers have to steer around. And you see as well those 3 BMW 2 Series, and then you have that Radical SR8 just behind them going through picture. A great example of the different styles of car we have here on the circuit today. Very much looking forward to bringing you the action from here in the commentary box on such a fabulous field of cars. The GT Winter Series really has attracted a smorgasbord of machines for this season finale, and 3 races. It's going to be very interesting to see how it plays out, particularly with this weather. 2 LMP3 cars on the front row. We'll have to see whether the GT3s and the Radicals can challenge at the head of the order, but so many eyes in the paddock will be on that battle for championship honours between the 81 BMW Hispana motorsport car, the BMW M2 CS, and the very similar M2 CS from Schnitzellaum Racing. That's the 11 car. We'll have to keep an eye on both of them all throughout this broadcast today. Just 4 points in it in the overall championship hunt. 4th in the points and 3rd among those who are here is the number 1 car, the defending champions, Gabriela Jilkova, taking the start of race 1, or taking the entirety of race 1, I should say, in the Drago Racing Team ZVO Mercedes AMG Gt4. Keep an eye on that entry. Despite being a GT4 car in a field with plenty of Cup cars, GT3 cars, etc., Gabriela actually managed to get the car 5th on the grid, 5th overall, ahead of Ferrari 488 GT3 cars, Mercedes AMGs, plenty of Porsche Cups, etc. So Gabriela really punching well above the weight of the car in qualifying, and we'll have to see whether that translates into this race. It's treacherous out there, so it is a great equaliser, the rain. We all know this, and these GT4 cars, these BMW M2s, etc. will surely be a factor at the head of the order. As you can see, the drivers are just getting themselves toward the grid. We will hear from a few of the drivers and get an impression of the grid with Lukas in just a few moments' time. You see there that the Bullet Racing team, among those standing waiting for their cars. I see there as well some of the personnel from the Monza garage crew who are running one of the two Ligier LMP3s that will line up on the front row of the grid. Bullet Racing, meanwhile, have brought an Aston Martin Vantage GT3 car, the second generation Vantage GT3 car, with the 4-litre AMG Mercedes power unit under the hood. That will certainly be a favourite as well, not least of which because we have the incredible pairing of Stephen Patrick and young Asa Klo at the wheel of that car. We expect them to be right up the sharp end. We'll talk more about that later on, though, because we are about to go down to the grid with Lukas to get an impression of what's going on down there in the damp. I hope you've still got that umbrella, Lukas.
I do. I got my umbrella, my clipboard and my microphone. It's getting a bit complicated, but that's of course part of it. We're still waiting for our pole setter, the number 9 Monza garage car driven by Antonio Teixeira, who put in a blistering lap this morning in the shortened qualifying. It was only a 10-minute session due to the fog delay, and he was 4.7 seconds quicker than the second placed car, which is the Ligier LMP3 that you can see over there, driven by Adam Gudmundsson. Now there he comes, our pole setter, one of the last cars to enter the grid, the striking Ligier in LMP3 spec. Now let's try to get a word with our pole sitting driver, with Antonio Teixeira. Maybe got some assistance from the team to open the door. No, I won't. Hang on, that's a bit complicated, including... Guys, could you help me with the door, please? Yeah, don't want to break anything. Thank you very much. Antonio, congratulations for pole position. That was such a blistering lap this morning. Please talk us through it.
Yeah, it went very well. It was also good conditions, better than now, I think. But we will see the race now, how it will go.
And how does the LMP3 car handle these rainy conditions?
Yeah, the car is fine on rain because we have pretty much aero, so it's better to drive than without aero, and yeah, and it goes well with this car. Yeah.
Antonio, thank you very much and best of luck for the race. We'll get you nice and dry again. Gonna leave that to the team because, as I mentioned earlier, I don't want to break anything. Now over here we have the second place car. That's another Ligier LMP3 car. As Adam mentioned in commentary earlier, plenty of prototypes here. Not only the LMP3 cars, but also some of the radical prototypes. And we got plenty of umbrellas here. Now this is going to be exciting. Adam, second place for you on the grid. Please tell us about your qualifying earlier today.
I was just having fun and enjoying. I did my best and I'm happy for this.
Your expectations for the race under these very, very different and difficult conditions?
I don't know. I have no expectation. Just doing my best and enjoy it and having fun.
Enjoy it indeed. Thank you very much. So that's your second place car and your second place driver, Adam Gudmundsson. Now there you can see this is one of the radicals, one of the next prototype cars on the grid in fourth overall. This, by the way, is the first GT3 car. This is the Stephen Patrick and Valentin Asclo driven Aston Martin GT3, striking car, of course. And then, as Adam mentioned earlier, over there we have the car number 1, the ZVO Mercedes AMG Gt4. Gabriela Yilkova with a great qualifying session, fifth place on the grid. So this will be a great opportunity for her and for her teammate Robert Haub to score in some very important points, because although we have two BMW teams fighting for the overall crown, these guys are still in the mix, and depending on how the racing goes today, they might still have a chance to fight for the championship. So these are some impressions from the grid. We are going to head back to Adam Weller. Here's race number 1, the first sprint at the GT Winter Series at Barcelona.
Well, you see the conditions not getting any better. Thank you for the grid walk there, Lukas. Great to hear from some of the drivers getting ready at the sharp end of the order for this race. We saw already that pole-sitting car, the number 9, Antonio Teixeira, in the Monza garage, Ligier LMP3. Interestingly, that is actually the older generation of Ligier LMP3, the one that was launched in 2016. The 2020 update, the JSP 320, is what Adam Gudmundsson has on the other side of the front row. So slightly different specs between the two cars, but it was Antonio Teixeira who had the pace in the number 9 in qualifying, was some 4.7 seconds quicker than Adam and anyone else out there on the circuit during qualifying. Had a lot more confidence seemingly in the downforce that we heard about, as he alluded to, in that LMP3 car. Be interested to see what Stephen Patrick can do from 3rd place as well in the Bullet Racing Aston Martin Vantage GT3 car. We know that the Vantage GT3 is an incredibly well sorted car, of course, and Stephen Patrick has a fair bit of experience at the wheel of racing cars as well. So Bullet Racing will be hoping for a good result from this one, but I think more than anything, particularly in the first race of the day, survival is going to be as important as anything. We do not want any dented cars in race number 1. Not much time between the races, of course, and therefore you want to keep the cars safe. You want to keep them in one piece, and that's going to be of the utmost importance, particularly for our title contenders, who of course are all kind of in the pack. Gabriela Yelkova, we talked about her. She's some way up the order there in 5th place in the car that she'll share later on with Robert Haub. But aside from that, the other mathematical contenders in the championship, the top 2 in the championship, both in the BMW class, are some way down the order. So alongside Stephen Patrick on the grid, we've talked through the first row already, that 4th place car, the first of the Radicals, the Radical SR8, the V8 powered twin Hayabusa engine car. And so there it is in 4th position. So just going to pop down to Lukas once more as we go out on this formation lap. He's in the pits.
Yes, and as you might be able to see, there are 3 cars taking the start from the pit lane. So they are going to be released after the whole grid has come down. The start-finish straight 2 of the 991 Cup Porsche, the 42 car, which will start from the pits. Same for the 41 car, and also the GT3 car of Peter Terting. You can see Carrie Schreiner there next to the car, now making her way back to the pits. Now they got this car from the German 10Q Racing team, the Schnitzelarm squad, heading out with it for the very first time here at Barcelona. Unfortunately, they have to take a pit lane start.
Well, we were talking about preservation of car and self, and I'd suggest that's probably a move from all 3 parties to do just that, especially for the Schnitzelarm Racing team. As you just said there, Lukas, that car is new to them, and Peter Terting, very experienced driver. I'm looking forward to seeing how he carves his way through the pack. Didn't seem to get it hooked up in qualifying earlier on, but we know Peter has a great CV, including the DTM and the World Touring Car Championship for the likes of Audi and Seat. Also in more recent times a GT4 Pro Class champion in the European Series, and I'm very much looking forward to see him carve through the pack. You see the majority of the field already halfway round on this formation lap then, and as we were talking through the grid a little, we will break through a few more of the positions. At Manuel Teixeira-driven Radical SR8 in 4th, ahead of Gabriela Yelkova in the Mercedes-AMG GT4 in 5th place, the Drago Racing Team entry. The first of the Cup R-Class cars is a Porsche 991 Cup car. Andreas Zepanski taking that one from 6th place alongside Ulrich Ziegler. And then in 8th place, we'll see Uwe Lauer in the Ferrari 488 GT3 car. He's new to GT3 machinery in this GT Winter Series. He'll be racing it in Germany later this year, and he's been making good progress. Peter Terting was meant to start 9th, but of course he's starting from the pit lane, and I'm sure we'll get the chance to cover some more of the cars further down the order as the race wears on. But we are about to get started with 25 minutes of racing in pouring rain here in the GT Winter Series. Certainly those that have traction control afforded to them will certainly be dialing it up as they get ready to go racing and put the power down here. Slowing to a crawl is the pack as the safety car withdraws to pit lane entry. It's two Ligier JSP3s at the front of the order. Angry Aston Martin and a little Radical SR8 on the second row looking to challenge. We'll see when the pins are pulled, and they're rolling up to the start line now. There you go, you hear the roar of the engines as the green light goes out here at Barcelona, running to the first corner, and it looks as though Teixeira has the inside line still, but look at that, the 33 car of Asaclo, I think it's actually Stephen Patrick, my apologies, who dives up the inside into first place. I have Stephen Patrick on my... Oh, and the Radical spins there, so that's Manuel Teixeira who's had a spin. I thought it might get hairy quite quickly in these conditions. You can see why some of the drivers and teams have elected to start from the pit lane, already spinners at the first couple of corners. Teixeira, though, recovers nicely and I believe is still well within the top 10, but for the moment it's the Aston Martin in the lead, the number 33 car. We believe it's Stephen Patrick at the wheel per the documentation we have here in front of us, and Stephen with a great start there. In fact, no, it will be Valentin Hasklot, I apologise, that would be a typo on the qualifying sheet, so it is Valentin at the wheel by the looks of it, and we have the safety car out already. That's for one of the Radicals up at the crest of the hill on the main straight. Which one is that? Can't quite make out the number from here. I think that's the 64 car actually, so that's Thorvalder Gissersen in the SPV Racing Radical SR8. Started in the mid-pack in 22nd place, and that looks to me like that car's rear wing is a little askew. It looks like there's some front bodywork damage on that car as well, so I do wonder if there was some contact and drama further back in the pack there while we focused on the front-running cars. But certainly we've got one car stranded, and that of course means the safety car needs to be deployed, and Valentin Hasklot with an absolutely wonderful start. My apologies, the grid sheet did say it was going to be Stephen Patrick at the wheel for this one, but clearly it is Valentin at the wheel per the other documentation I have in front of me. But that 33 car really did launch off the line brilliantly from the rolling start, and by the time he got to turn one, he had the inside, he had the lead, and Valentin, who has so much history in his young career already with Aston Martin, he is a factory driver. He has also won the French GT Championship. He's the reigning French GT4 champion, as a matter of fact. Won the GT4 European Series in 2020 as well. And no surprises then that when paired with an Aston Martin Vantage GT3 car, he immediately makes a mark, and he will lead the field under this safety car period. You see the stranded Radical there, which will of course delay this race a little bit. We're expecting 25 minutes of racing, and that is what we will get. No matter whether it's under safety car or green flag conditions, I'm sure the drivers will be eager to see the safety car withdrawn post-haste. And the crews here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya will no doubt be on the case as soon as it's safe to do so. Let's run you through the order at this stage. Then it's Valentin Hasklot in the 33 car that leads. Gudmundsson in the first of the Ligiers in second place ahead of Antonio Teixeira. In fourth place is the 55 car, which started in sixth. That's the first of the Cup R-Class entries being driven by Andreas Sapansky, the Kurt Ekmo Motorsport Porsche in 5th place overall, and surviving that first lap, Gabriela Yilkova in the number 1 car, who was so competitive last year along with Robert Haub in the ADAC GT4 category, as well as the European Series, and we know that we'll be seeing them back out this coming year in both of those championships, using the GT Winter Series to stay sharp during the winter months, and surely doing that in 5th position. Ulrich Ziegler there in 6th position. That's another of the Porsche Cup cars. Manuel Teixeira in 7th overall. That's the Radical that went for a spin at the first corner, still 7th overall. And just behind, in 8th overall, is the car that lies second in the points, the 11 of Marcel Marchewitz, the Schnitzelbaum Racing BMW M2 CS. Now, it is the class points that determine the overall championship, so even though Marchewitz is well clear of the 81 car, the BMW Hispana entry that we expect to be the main challenger for the title here, the points leading car, there are quite a few positions back in 13th compared to the 8th overall for Marchewitz. They will still be 1st and 2nd in the BMW class as it stands, and therefore the points gap will shrink only marginally. So it is going to have to see how that pans out across the remainder of this race. You can see just how bad the weather is out there on the circuit right now. That safety car, probably one of the quickest cars out on the circuit, Nissan GT-R 4-wheel drive. That would surely help in these weather conditions. Another car with 4-wheel drive to maybe keep an eye on is that of young Horst Felbermayr. Horst Felix Felbermayr, the 3rd generation of the Felbermayrs in modern day racing, after Horst Senior and Junior, who of course campaigned Porsches for a great many years in the FIA GTs and the Le Mans 24 Hours, etc. Young Horst Felix Felbermayr, not long in racing cars, and we'll keep an eye on that Audi RS3 that he's driving, because that car in the Cup X class also has a 4-wheel drive system, and perhaps in these conditions he could pick up quite a few places in the remainder of the race once we're back under green flag. We're just coming onto the main straight now, which will give us an opportunity to see what the progress is. Well, the progress very limited by the looks of it, because the car is still there, but we can see the flatbed being prepared on the in the pit lane. It suggests to me that we're probably going to end up getting perhaps 2 more laps under safety car, but maybe we can do it in just the 1 more lap. We'll have to wait and see, but certainly with 18 minutes and 35 seconds left to go, the opportunities for positions to be made are ever decreasing. That's going to be a problem for the likes of Peter Terting, who's trying to get his way up through the order. I'm sure that the 81 car, the drivers there will be very eager to get started as well. Now on my timing screen, which is what I'll abide by, Nerea Marti is at the wheel of the 81. It was supposed to be Jose Manuel de los Milagros at the wheel for race number 1, but according to the timing screen it is Nerea at the wheel, who is of course a W Series driver during the regular season. Last year came 4th in the championship actually. Certainly a very, very promising young driver. Also has podiums to her name in the Spanish Formula 4 Championship before moving up to the W Series with the regional spec Formula 3 cars. So great to see her in amongst the ranks here of the GT Winter Series, and so many interesting drivers strewn throughout the paddock, be them professional drivers, the likes of our race leader Valentin Asseclo and Peter Terting, etc., etc., but also amateurs who really do love their racing and are doing this all for the fun of the game. Uwe Lauer in that 488 GT3 car, which currently runs 11th place in the safety car queue. The 488 GT3, a new acquisition for him, previously done some racing with Ferrari Club Germany in a Ferrari 458 challenge car, and under the tutelage of Francesco Lopez, Uwe Lauer is coming to grips with his GT3 machine, and we'll hopefully see him back next year, having done a full summer season in the 488, and who knows just how good he could be by that time. He's only been racing for a couple of years, Uwe Lauer. The 72 car just going through his shot there, the Ferrari 488 GT3. And it is interesting as some of these drivers find their footing in GT-style racing, just seeing the progression across the Winter Series itself and just across the years as they come back every season for the Winter Series, and they're that little bit quicker, that little bit more familiar with the car. We've seen a lot of that in this 2021-2022 GT Winter Series progression among the drivers, and with such a fabulous array of circuits that we visit, of course, Portimao, Estoril, Jerez, and now Barcelona, 4 better circuits you could not wish to visit. All, of course, with Formula One pedigree, Grand Prix racing pedigree, and great places to learn your craft and your trade. Safety car lights are still on that Nissan GT-R, so it's going to be at least one more lap under constraint for Valentin Asclot and the rest of the field. Valentin, who has raced the GT3 Aston before, of course, in GT World Challenge Europe, among others. In addition to those GT4 successes that I discussed with you earlier on. The car in third place, that Ligier JSP3 Mark 1, so to speak, being driven by Antonio Teixeira. Manuel Teixeira, who of course is in the radical that span at the first corner. Those two are brothers, and it's a family affair beyond the two of them as well, because down in 15th overall in a Porsche Cayman GT4 in the Cup S class, Antonio Teixeira Senior running 15th position at the moment. Just seeing there one of the other Caymans tucked away behind the barriers. I wonder if that might have been a factor in the radical incident on the first lap. There we see Gabriela Yilkova as well in that number 1 car, the Drago ZVO machine. A new team that's been formed over the winter in collaboration between Filip Zakowski and Jörg van Omen, who of course has so much experience in motor racing himself, a DTM race winner among many other accolades. And Gabriela Yilkova really is one of those up-and-coming GT racing drivers who has a lot of hype behind her. Zakowski, of course, from a very prolific racing family, to say the least, says that she's the fastest racing driver he's ever seen, and that is no small amount of praise coming from someone with as much experience and time in the paddock as Filip Zakowski. And Robert Haub, a very quick driver as well, racing under the American flag. Was born in the US but has spent most of his life in Germany, and those two made a great combination in GT4 racing last year. Should have been much higher in the championship standings in the ADAC GT4s last year. A few unfortunate turns of events, including an incident at the Sachsenring, really put paid to what should have been a potential championship podium across the season. There is the car that lies second in the points, the orange and black number 11 BMW M2 CS. That is the car that is second in the championship coming into this one, just 4 points back from our championship leader. 182 points was the score coming into this race for the number 81 of Nerea Marti and Jose Manuel de los Milagros. Meanwhile, that 11 car split between Marcel Marchevitz and Michael Sander on 178, so it's very close, and with the number 11 car leading the class in the BMWs, I believe that will bring them to within a point of each other heading into race number 2 if all things finish as they currently are, and wouldn't that make for some grandstand television going into the final 2 races of our season. Safety car in this lap, says the timing screen. Now I believe that means one more rotation under safety car. No, the safety car has been withdrawn, and we are up to green flag speeds once again then, as Valentin Asclot comes over the crest of the hill here at Barcelona and leads the field. Look at the spray as he runs down towards turn 1. Bit of a gap back to the 2 Ligiers. The JSP3s running in second and third place, with Gudmundsson still leading them. and the field is quite spread out. I'm not sure how many people realise we're going to go green ahead of that one. But we now see the cars back up to full speed, and we saw Gt4 running there. Everyone cleanly through the first bend thus far, but we pan around to see exactly what's going on through these first few corners. You see there Horst Felbermayr running in that Audi RS3 I alluded to earlier, but look at the gap between Valentin Asclot and the rest of the field already. Good battle going on there between Gudmundsson and Antonio Teixeira. Those two cars, of course, powered by the same Nissan 5-litre engine, but more power out of Teixeira, at least coming out of that corner, because he put the power down and just disappeared past Gudmundsson in the 62. So the Monza garage prepared Ligier JSP3 Mark 1, the 2016 spec car, up into second place ahead of Gudmundsson in third. Gudmundsson's car racing under the Thor Racing banner, and we'll see him sharing the car later on with the very prominent Danish racer Michael Markussen, who was the 2013 Danish Formula Ford 1600 champion, second in TCR Denmark last year as well. You see the rain playing a little bit of havoc with our cameras there, but Teixeira in second place. And look at the gap already to Gudmundsson. It's really interesting to see who has the confidence in these conditions, and we can see that Valentin Asclot is clearly the most confident of all out there, has already gapped the field. Here he comes across the line now, just under 10 minutes of racing left to go, and Valentin has already disappeared up the track in that number 33 car, the Bullet Racing Aston Martin, being run by the operation that is now a distributor for Aston Martin here in the Iberian Peninsula. And their expertise will see them challenge a full European calendar in 2022. Excited to see how their progress unfolds. There's the number 1 car in battle, the 131 and the number 1. Ulrich Ziegler has managed to get past Gabriela Gt4 over the course of that lap. The Cup car should be a little bit quicker than the GT4, but of course we know that Gabriela is a fabulous driver. Also want to see if we can spot the number 44 Mercedes AMG Gt4. That is the car of Peter Terting, who started in the pit lane, one of 3 that started in the pits. And we know that AMG Gt4 should be one of the fastest cars on circuit, but also started well back in that safety car queue when we went back to green flag conditions. So maybe not a surprise that car isn't anywhere at the sharp end of the order at this point. There's Gudmundsson in third place. Now the question is Gudmundsson going to hold on to an overall third place, or are those Porsche Cup cars and Gt4 and the AMG going to close in? According to the timing screen, Gudmundsson should be safe at the moment. He's lapping in the 2:13s, while it's 2:14s largely for the 3 cars that chase. But this is one of the really interesting things about this GT Winter Series, particularly in these kind of conditions. Rain is a great equalizer anyway, but we always seem to get these interesting little battles, these back and forth between wildly different racing cars that you don't really see anywhere else. I can't name many championships on the international stage where you can see GT3s, GT4s, LMP3s, Porsche Cup cars all on the same piece of tarmac at the same time. You can see that Gt4 is pushing as she puts the AMG Gt4 through the final chicane. Liberal use of the sausage curbs there as well. I noticed that Ulrich Ziegler rather more cautious through that chicane, and you see there Gt4 right in the slipstream now of the Porsche Cup car. Cup car will have more power, more pull in a straight line. Let's see if Gt4 is brave enough on the brakes. You can see how she's dropped back by the time they get to turn 1, but she is much later on the brakes, squirming under the stopping power of the Mercedes, with no doubt wet tyres bolted to the car. And even though she was much later on the brakes, that straight line speed disparity between the two machines, too much to overcome for a move into turn 1. But I do suspect that Gt4 may yet make up some more places. We see there Manuel Teixeira in 12th position across the line, so he's dropping back through the order in the Radical SR8, which is certainly a tricky car in these kind of conditions. The V8 motor in the SR8 is a pair of Hayabusa Suzuki engines effectively welded together, and that is going to be a tricky car at the best of times. And in these wet conditions, I'm sure it is just a matter of holding on. And holding on Teixeira is doing, but he is dropping through the order, as we've seen. Up into 14th overall is Nerea Marti. We saw Nerea on screen just a moment ago in the BMW Hispana Motorsport car. That 81 car is closing in, I think, just marginally, potentially, on the positions ahead. But critically, Marshevitz is going a lot quicker in that number 11 car, the leading car in the BMW class. Not only that, but also, of course, the main challenger to our championship leaders, the 81 BMW Hispana team. There's the 99 car, Daniel Drexel, in the first of the KTM Cross Pros. Now that is, of course, the second place car in GT4. So Gabriela Yilkova, who leads the GT4 class, may soon have to look in the rearview mirrors. Drexel was some 1.7 seconds quicker on the previous lap. I think Yilkova is kind of being delayed here by Ulrich Ziegler ahead. And even though Ziegler may be losing out in some of the twisty sections to Gabriela Yilkova, of course, he has a lot more power in the Porsche Cup car, and that might prove to be costly for Gabriela Yilkova. She's going to want to get maximum points out of this race, of course, to stay mathematically within the title hunt here today in the overall class, and of course in the GT4 category as well, which Yilkova and Halb are eager to seal here today at Barcelona. It looks as though Daniel Drexel could have something to say about that in the KTM Crossbow. Drexel, who races KTMs fairly regularly in the various categories except GT4 cars in Germany and beyond, including, I believe, the DMV GTC category and the Creventic 24-hour series as well. Looking further back into the pack there, I think this is a set of cars that are actually outside of the top 25, including one of the two Porsche Cup cars that started from the pit lane, the 42 of Wolke Sigvorth there, running just behind the 111 Schnitzel Alam Racing Porsche. BMW. Two very different cars there. Just tippy-toeing through the final chicane. You can see the varied level of confidence among some of these drivers, particularly when it comes to the curbs. The curbs are very much fight or flight when it comes to traction in these wet conditions. Just seeing the Senkia Motorsports BMW M4 GT4 through shot there. That car's an interesting one. Two relative novice drivers at the wheel of the number 4 BMW that came up through Senkia's driver development program. Just seeing there in the back of the shot we're just looking at now that Valentin Asclo already well within the traffic in the Bullet Racing Aston Martin. There we get a look at turn 5 with the wonderful drone shots from the Nürburgring TV production crew, and nice perspective of the circuit. There's that Senkia BMW I mentioned just a couple of minutes ago, running outside of the top 25, but still on the circuit in these trying conditions, and that is all important. And into the gravel with the second spin that we've seen on camera is Manuel Teixeira. The prototype entry, the Radical SR8, is buried in the gravel trap, unfortunately. Manuel's clearly been struggling in these conditions. And, well, there's no getting that car out of the gravel. That is beached firmly in the sand. And with 2 minutes and 35 seconds to go, the yellow flag waves over at that particular section of circuit. That is just where they've reconfigured going into the last sector here at Barcelona, which is, I believe, that would be turn 10 of the circuit. And unfortunately, no further racing for Manuel Teixeira on this occasion. Just getting a look there at turn 2. As the cars continue to stream through. It doesn't look like we've got any sign of a safety car, just yellow flags being deployed for Teixeira by the looks of it. There is Gabriela Yilkova, and who I'm not seeing behind is the KTM. The KTM seemingly has gone missing there. So Daniel Drexel in the 99 car. Not sure where Drexel is either. Drexel is dropping through the order, and I think may well be in the pit lane, because Drexel has just dropped down to 25th place on my timing screen, so is about to fall off the main page of my timing screen. Daniel Drexel, who we expected to potentially challenge Yilkova before the end of the race, may not even see the checkered flag, and that would be a big shame for the 99 KTM driver. There's Uwe Lauer, as we discussed, that number 72 Beermarker Racing entry, the Ferrari 488 GT3. We were talking to Uwe a little earlier on, telling me about the big step up between the 458 Challenge car that he drove previously in this 488 GT3. Seems to be getting to grips with it now. He's just behind Etienne Plonis in the Porsche Cup S-Class car, the Cayman GT4. Plonis, who leads the Cup S-Class in 8th overall. And we are on to the last lap of the race, so it would be great to pick up on Valentin Asclot as he comes towards the last few corners of the race. Number 33, Bullet Racing Aston Martin, seemingly in a class of its own out there on circuit today. 7 seconds clear of Antonio Teixeira in that number 9 Ligier JSP3 car. You see them going through turn number 3 there, that long sweeping right-hander that's a challenge at the best of times. In these wet conditions, you can see everyone taking different approaches, some of them taking what one would consider to be the traditional racing line, and others going far wide to try and find some grip, try and find some moisture for the wet tyres. It does look like the circuit has dried slightly across the race. Checkered flag already out, and I believe already across the line has gone Valentin Asclot. So sure enough, Valentin has taken the win in that number 33 car. Teixeira crosses the line in second, and we just saw him on picture. Just got to look at Valentin Asclot as well. There is our race winner in the number 33 car. Great drive from Valentin Asclot, the factory Aston Martin racer, with an exciting program ahead in 2022. Starting off his season right with a good run here in the GT Winter Series. Gudmundsson should be across the line in 3rd place. There, can hear it from my commentary position well back in the paddock. That Nissan 5 litre in the Ligier crosses the line in 3rd place. Next across the line, we should have the winner in the Cup R class, which is Andreas Szczepanski. The prototype winner will, of course, be Antonio Teixeira, who's already crossed the line. Szczepanski, sure enough, does come across the line in 4th to take the Cup R honours, ahead of Ulrich Ziegler, 5th overall. The first of the GT4s home. Maximum points in GT4 for Gabriela Yilkova. That will no doubt help their chances of the title in the GT4 class, and maybe it will keep them in the hunt as well in the overall title race. Etienne Plonis crosses the line, the second of the GT4 spec cars home. However, the Caymans live in their own separate Cup S class, single make class for the Cayman GT4s, since there are so many of them. 8th across the line is the car that was second in the championship coming in the overall standings. Marcel Marchevitz in the BMW M2 crosses the line in 8th place, will score maximum points, and will bring that car ever closer to the car just exiting the bottom of screen there. The 81 of Nerea Marti, who did come home second in the BMW class, but will lose points to Marchevitz in the process there. Uwe Lauer finishing 9th overall and 2nd in the GTR class, the top GT class for the GT3 style cars. Ricardo Dort in 10th position overall and 2nd in GT4, also in a Mercedes AMG. Jorma van Hanen in 11th, head of Nerea Marti. Marius Keifer finishing in 13th in the 76 car, another of the Porsche Caymans. Another Cayman, the 975 of Patrick Vanderberg, has crossed the line in 14th. Matthias Karlovsky finishing 15th overall, ahead of Antonio Teixeira Sr. in 16th place. So 2 of the Teixeiras making it to the line. Of course, the third car, the Radical, is still buried in the gravel trap, unfortunately, over at turn 10. Martin Engelmeyer in 17th in the 992 car, another of the Porsche Carrera Cup machines. Horst Felix Felbermeyer finished 18th place, so did make up some positions in the four-wheel drive Audi RS3, took 18th overall. 19th Martin Toth in the other Drago Racing Team ZVO Mercedes. So all 3 Mercedes on the podium in GT4, and rounding out the overall top 20, Martin Toth in that number 2 car. In that number 10 BMW M2. So another Schnitzelalm BMW. Rounding out the podium in class and the top 20 overall. There you can see the Bullet Racing crew and Valentin Asclo getting out, still wearing his Garage 59 suit from the GT World Challenge. I think you'll get some more use out of that in the coming months as well. Great to see the Bullet Racing team claiming that first win. You can see there that we have Lukas primed and ready to ask the cutting questions. Those weather conditions, Lukas, they looked scary, certainly, and I think we can give plaudits to any driver that got to the end of that race.
Yeah, we certainly can. That was very, very, very exciting, especially as you mentioned, Adam, with the huge mixture of cars, of prototypes, GT cars, cup cars, and whatever there is. So before Valentin goes to the technical controls, let's try to grab a word with our winner, who, as you mentioned, Adam, is still wearing his GT World Challenge Garage 59 suit, taking off his helmet there, and that's our chance to say congratulations, well done, Valentin. Please tell us about your race. That must have been exciting.
Yeah, it was good fun. It was a bit short, but good fun actually. It was sliding all the way, so all we want.
And how was it to be together? Well, you didn't really spend much time together with the LMP3 cars, but how was it to negotiate in traffic in the earlier stages of the race?
At the beginning of the race, you mean? I prepared it for a little while, so I knew that I have ABS on my car, so I could brake later than the LMP3s. So yeah, I prepared it.
And when will we finally see you in a Bullet Racing suit then?
You will see later. Soon enough. And thank you to Bullet. The car was really enjoyable to drive.
Valentin, thank you very much and all the best for the rest of the day. So that's your winner then. I'm now trying to find our second and third place drivers who seem to be somewhere else. So Adam, please take over and we'll try to find them in a minute.
Yes, you're looking for 2 Ligier JSP3s. They usually stand out, but in a car park, as it were, so awash with incredible cars, it can be quite difficult to track them down. Antonio Teixeira, of course, coming second in that number 9 car. Interesting to hear from Valentin Asclo there. That is the mark of a very, very intelligent young racing driver, knowing full well what spec of car was ahead of him, the advantages that his car had over those ahead, and he capitalised on that pretty much immediately, didn't he? Dived up the inside into turn 1, took the lead. Shortly after that, of course, the race was neutralised with the safety car, and by the time we got back to racing action, it seemed as though it was never in doubt. Valentin Asclo just driving off into the distance, and a very impressive performance from the driver of the number 33. Fastest lap of the race, however, didn't belong to him. It was actually Antonio Teixeira who really seemed to get to grips with the car as the race wore on. A 2:02.670, the fastest lap of the race, some 1.3 seconds quicker than the Aston Martin driver managed in that race. So potentially, come race 2, which unfortunately, looking at those clouds here at Barcelona, will probably be contested under similar conditions. We expect to see him maybe up there with Valentin up front of the order. I think, though, Lukas has managed to track down the remainder of our podium.
It's not the entire remainder, but at least P3 with Adam, who told us before the race he wants to enjoy it. Adam, did you enjoy it?
Yeah, very much. I think I was lucky in the start, so I was still second because there come some guy, I think, from third to first. But then came the safety car, and then the race started again, and I saw quite soon that the other LMP3 was faster than me. So more or less I let him pass, and then I was on my own. So after that, just driving and enjoying, no competition, but hopefully next race more competition.
And how did you cope with the traffic? Because obviously it's 35 cars from so many different classes here.
Yeah, I had no traffic until the last lap. I was spotting some slow cars, but until then I was chasing this other LMP3 for some laps, but he was quite faster than me, so he would just go away, so I could not follow him.
And Adam, am I right in saying that you don't have a co-driver, so it's a busy day for you with 2 sprint races and the endurance?
We decided to have co-driver in the third race, so we will swap drivers in the third race, but I will take race 2 and the first stint in race 3. But I like it very much.
Adam, enjoy your day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Adam.
Yeah, Adam Gudmundsson set to be joined by Michael Markussen in the third race, the endurance race later today. A handy peddler certainly is Michael Markussen, and we look forward to seeing what he does in the Ligier JSP 320 a little bit later on. So hopefully we can track down Antonio Teixeira before we start getting ready for race number 2. We will, of course, though, be staying on the air all throughout the day. We're going to go and talk to plenty of key figures in the paddock, plenty of drivers. Myself and Lukas throughout the day are going to be exploring the GT Winter Series paddock, given this is our first time live streaming this brilliant series. We feel it's only fair to show you as much of the paddock as humanly possible throughout the day. There are some great personalities and some very talkative drivers out there in the boxes, and hopefully we can get a word with a few of them as well. There will be track action all throughout the day as well. Even though we're in the pit lane interviewing, you'll still hear some engines at full tilt because the endless summer track day sessions go on between the races as well, and some brilliant sounding cars in that little field as well. You can see some of the other winning cars in class, etc., queuing up there just beside the weighbridge here at Catalunya. Okay, so just getting word that we've managed to complete the podium. Our second place driver, Antonio Teixeira, might be on his way. In fact, no, looking at how Lukas is laughing at me, I think I've got that wrong.
That's no problem at all, because basically things work a bit different in the GT Winter Series. So there is no podium after each of the 3 races. It's one big podium in the end of the day. So, of course, everyone leaves his car, goes back to scrutineering, goes back to his pits. So we haven't found Antonio yet. But, Adam, as you mentioned, we will be on air for most of the day. So if you want, Adam, just join me in the pits. There we see the number 1 car of Gabriele Yilkova, who was the driver in the first race. Later on, it will be Robert Haupt. And, of course, then in the endurance, they will share the number 1 AMG Gt4 car. They're still trying to catch the title once again, and after the class win just a couple of minutes ago in race 1, that still seems possible. Of course, we'll talk to many other drivers, hopefully Antonio Teixeira just as well, in a couple of minutes. First of all, let's go to commercials, and then we're going to have more impressions from the pit lane live here at the Circuit de Catalunya.
Der Kern des Unternehmens ist der Vertrieb von Motorsportersatzteilen und von Equipment. Unser Team besteht aus wirklichen Fachleuten in ihrem Segment. Wir sind selber vor Ort an der Rennstrecke, können kleinere Reparaturen, Wartungen umsetzen.
Back live in the Barcelona pit lane. I'm now joined by Adam Weller, our commentator. And before we went back on the air, Adam and I were actually chatting. The weather is such a shame. I mean, as Robin mentioned earlier on, we've been so lucky with the previous 3 rounds of the championship. And now, Adam, we and especially the drivers are facing this. It's such a shame, isn't it?
Well, they heard a British person was coming, so they have to make us comfortable, you know. Certainly the weather is going to be a challenge. And with so many different cars on the circuit as well, speed disparity, the spray is obviously going to be a big factor across the 3 races. But largely, in that first race, it was managed really well. I think everyone did a good job there. There were a couple of cars off into the gravel trap, but that aside, it seemed fairly tidy. So hopefully the same applies to the next 2 races as well.
Yeah, we had a rather lengthy safety car period after the accident on the start-finish straight right after the start, which of course, I mean, it's always a big shame, isn't it? But these things, under these conditions, they just happen, especially, as you say, if it's a mixture of cars.
Well, absolutely, yes. I think it's an inevitability, and I mean, we do see it in the wet conditions, even if it's a single-make series. So, you know, it is to be expected, but I think there's also this element, especially with drivers who are enthusiasts. I think a lot of them realise, I have to keep my nose clean here, otherwise my track time is going to be just behind the safety car. So I think there are a lot of sensible minds behind the steering wheels, and hopefully race 2, maybe we get green flag running the whole way through. That's what we hope for.
This would be much, much better indeed. You mentioned the Radical, the car that crashed on the first lap of the race. Very interesting, very likable cars, as you said, motorcycle engine powered cars. Very interesting, but of course very, very difficult to drive, especially under these conditions. Open tops are not very comfortable either.
Yes, well, per the entry list, all the Radicals we have here are SR8s, and those are, as I said on the commentary, powered by effectively twin Hayabusa engines. If you know your motorcycles, you know that a Suzuki Hayabusa, quite a powerful thing. Weld 2 of them together and stick it in the back of a sports car, and you have quite a challenging drive in the dry. In these wet conditions, I think it's certainly going to prove challenging. And as we saw from Manuel Teixeira, a little bit too much on the limit, and you end up in the sand.
And of course, Adam and I will be very happy to bring you more impressions and quotes after the first race of the day. About 40 pit boxes to come up, so there's plenty of stuff to go through. We are going to find some teams to talk to. First of all, for you, let's take a look back to the very first round of the 2021 and 22 season, the season start of the GT Winter Series.
Season start of the GT Winter Series with the first of 4 events. First stop, Portimao, Portugal. 2 qualifying sessions, followed by 2 sprint and 1 endurance race.
Ja, Portimao, Portugal, GT Winter Series von Gt4 Racing. Top-Bedingungen, blauer Himmel, Sonnenschein, schnelle Autos, besser geht nicht.
Die Serie selber macht viel Spaß. Das ist dieses Diverse an den verschiedenen Autos. Das heißt, es ist nicht so einförmig, sondern du lernst dadurch natürlich auch was und es macht einfach einen riesen Spaß.
Super Wetter, einfach geil.
Richtig viel Fahrzeit.
Viele geile Autos, geile Leute, macht richtig Bock.
Always love to be here, especially in the winter, you know, it's always good weather here, we can drive here.
I'm happy with the qualifying. A bit difficult because it's my first time with this car. I will push now in the race.
Yeah, it was quite fine. We did pole position and we will see for the sprint race. We have good pace and let's keep pushing.
A grid of 33 cars and 25 minutes of racing on the 4.7-kilometre long track ahead of us. The field is led by Olymp Racing's Audi R8 LMS GT3, followed by their teammates in the Ferrari 488 GT3. In third position, Axel Sartingen and Daniel Schwerfeld in the number 33 Black Falcon Mercedes AMG GT3. The lights go green and Carol Batch in the Olymp Audi defends the first position. Meanwhile, the Black Falcon GT3 has to concede the third position to the 10Q AMG, which is driven by Johannes Stengel and ex-DTM driver Timo Scheider. In the middle of the field, the variety of racing cars is fighting for positions as well. So are the defending champions Gabriela Jilkova and Robert Haupt in their Mercedes AMG GT4. A change from last year, this season the duo is starting with the Drago racing team. But competitor Theo Uverhaus in the number 85 is leading the GT4 class during the entire race. First one to see the checkered flag is the pole sitter, Carol Batch. Behind him, the sister car of Jedlinski and Korsenjowski. Sartingen and Schwerfeld managed to win their position back and finish the race in third position. Only 3 hours later, the second race takes place at the Autodromo do Algarve. Since the actual pole sitter, Timo Scheider, with the 10Q Mercedes AMG did not participate in this run, it's again the number 77 of Olymp Racing leading the starting grid. And again a sovereign start from the Audi, followed by Axel Sardigan in the Black Falcon AMG and the Lilac Porsche GT3R, driven by the Swiss duo Jim and Glyn Geddy, which right at the start of the race puts a lot of pressure onto the leading cars. In the Cup R class, the leading force was Jakob Schell in the Huber Motorsport Porsche 991.2 GT3 Cup. Already in qualifying, he could take on the lap times of the GT3s, and so he continued this performance in the race. But also, the other competitors in the Cup R class are pushing lap times and some come close to the top. After 25 minutes, it's the Lilac Porsche who takes their first victory of the season. Only 5 seconds of a gap between them and the second place, the Olymp Racing Audi, and joy among the whole field of competitors after this race. As the sun begins to set, the racing cars line up on the track once more. 45 minutes of pure racing before the first event of the GT Winter Series comes to an end. At the start, it's again the Audi of Olymp Racing that sets the pace for the first corners. Black Falcon in second place, followed by the Swiss duo in the Porsche. But already before the end of the first lap, Schwerfeld manages to catch up to the Audi and contests the race-leading position. Due to the spring-like conditions this evening, the overall lap times are much faster than in the previous races, so no rest for the drivers, especially in the GT4 class, with a lot of different brands. It's the most competitive class throughout the whole starting grid. In the BMW M2 CS Racing Winter Cup, Marcel Marchevich in the Schnitzenhelm M2 even set some lap times faster than the GT4 racers. With this performance, he could of course secure his second-class win in 3 races. The combo of Jedlinski and Bash could get their leading position back in the second stint of the race and defend this position until the checkered flag.
Very good job from the start to the end. He left me the car on the second place, and then I managed to overtake the P1 driver, so we take the victory in the first series of GT Winter Series.
Leading the overall championship at the moment are Theo Uverhaus and Jakob Schell. With 3 flawless victories in their respective classes, they share the first place in the standings until the next event of the GT Winter Series, which takes place in Estoril, Portugal, on January the 15th and 16th.
We're now in the Schnitzelalm racing box. Early on in race 1 we saw the new AMG GT3 car of Peter Törting. First of all starting from the pits, but I think, Peter, you actually returned to the pits after just 1 lap, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right.
What happened?
Well, we already had an issue in the qualifying with the gearbox, or it looks like it's a gearbox, we don't know exactly. But the problem was that we got stuck in 3rd gear. That means we couldn't shift up or down. And like this, it doesn't make sense to drive the race.
And basically, we have to explain that you recently got this car from the German 10Q racing team, so it's actually, I think, the very first time hitting the track.
Well, last week they were already testing our carry were testing for 2 days, and the cars actually they was working without any problems. And it's just a bit unlucky that we come here to the race because the races are not very long. We don't have a lot of practice time, and exactly then we get a few issues. So this is only just bad luck.
We can see the team working on the car now, so you actually plan to continue later on?
Yeah, for sure. We're going to continue. We're going to try to do a few laps on the track day now just to see if we solve the issues, and then we start and we're going to push for the second race and also for the endurance race.
So do you change the entire gearbox, or what do you need to do now?
Yes, we change gearbox and a lot of parts just to be safe that it doesn't come back.
Right, Peter, best of luck for later on. Thank you very much. Adam Weller, our commentator, still with me. Very unfortunate, because obviously this is one of the most prominent cars and most prominent lineups we have in Gt4 Winter Series this time.
Absolutely, no. For them to suffer technical issues, obviously these kind of things do happen when you take on a new car, and the Schnitzelalm racing team will be figuring this all out on the fly, as it were. But you couldn't hope for two better drivers than Peter and Carrie when it comes to sorting that car out on track at least. And let's hope that in race 2 everything is okay.
And as we mentioned earlier, this car came from the German 10Q racing team, so that is basically a factory-supported Mercedes-AMG team running this car, for example, at the Nürburgring 24 Hours last year. But it's always interesting when you speak to drivers who do races in several GT3 cars of the same brand. They never really feel the same. They are always slightly different, aren't they?
Yes, I don't think any two cars that are meant to be the same, there's always a little bit of difference between them. You hear it about spec series as well, you know, and so much of it also comes down to the specific tuning of the car, the engineers. You know, motor racing is a team sport, and not just if you have two drivers in the car, dozens of personnel and sometimes that can decide your fate for you as a driver.
And whilst Adam and I are chatting away here in the pits, you can still hear cars in the background. And this is of course because the GT Winter Series runs along the Endless Summer package, so you basically have a track day package going on the circuit. So it's basically a very good opportunity for these teams, at least for some of them, to have a full day of running out there.
Absolutely, yes. We did see some of the GT Winter Series drivers just taking a few laps between qualifying and the first race, maybe just trying a setup change, something like that. There are tight windows, even if you don't go out in the track days. There are such tight windows between these races as well. As I alluded to ahead of the race, you know, everyone wants to keep their car clean and tidy. You don't want to be trying to get the car back out for race 2 in a state. You know, it's so important to preserve the car.
Yeah, testing being put away, it's basically a one-day event, so that's very tight indeed. We may just want to walk on for a couple of meters and a couple of pit boxes here in the rather long, of course, Formula 1 spec Barcelona pit line. Sticking to the Schnitzelalm team, Adam, of course a very, very big team with a huge lineup here in GT Winter Series. Of course the GT3 aspect is very interesting, but they also fight for the overall championship with one of their BMW cars.
Exactly, the number 11 driven by Marcel Marchewitz in that first race. Just 4 points back as of this morning. I believe it's now 1 point. So it's going to be very interesting in race 2. I do have to disappear and do some maths in a minute on that kind of note, but certainly that championship decider it's going to go right to the wire, right to the last lap. You see here, as we come to a stop in front of this garage, some interesting cars from Gt4. That's a very unique machine, isn't it?
Yes, and we haven't seen these cars in the Gt4 Winter Series race, so these are some of the cars that only do the Endless Summer track day. So the cars currently being set up for the next items on the circuit, but it's always great to have them. They are very, very spectacular indeed.
Yes, well, in the early days of the GT4 category, Gt4 were there in what they call the SS class for kind of light sports cars like that, the Lotus 211 and so on. So a little bit of racing pedigree there, and wouldn't it be nice to see them back with a race prep car maybe next year in the GT Winter Series? We've already got all the shapes and sizes in the world. Why not add one more?
I actually didn't recognize that these cars have 5-cylinder engines nowadays. Didn't know.
Yes,
actually make a very, very good noise. Very
It's an Audi
spectacular.
unit.
Yeah. Now there are plenty of interesting cars here doing the endless summer track day sessions. For example, one of the V8-powered Aston Martin Vantage over here. Always great to see these cars as well.
Absolutely, yes. I saw this one doing some laps in the testing earlier on, or during the track day session earlier on. It's got the proper number for an Aston Martin. It's got the 007 on it. And yes, GT4 spec, albeit with a rather larger rear wing. Seeing more and more of that from these first generation Vantages. More of these cars getting additional aero as they fall into track day use and so on.
And there you can see one of the guys actually wearing the new Aston Martin Formula One team gear. So there's a proper Aston Martin fan.
On brand.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, how are you?
Fine, thanks.
How's the car?
Great. Best sounding car on the track.
It certainly is. It definitely is a contender, that's for sure. Now we can see you in the Aston Martin Formula One team gear. Your thoughts on the new Formula One generation of cars?
Oh, we will see what the season brings.
Thank you very much. Have a good day. Adam, that's actually a very interesting point, because I think the Aston Martin Formula One car has been voted prettiest of the grid so far.
Oh, really? Okay, that
so.
is interesting.
Yeah, saw it somewhere on the news on the internet.
There you go. Where all the things are true.
Yeah. Your thoughts on it, the new generation of Formula One cars?
Well, I mean, so much of our opinions, I think, will be formed in the next 2 weeks. They look great on the circuit. The porpoising is entertaining at times, but the proof will be in that first race. Can they run together closer than they have in previous years? Can they go through corners side by side? Do they have to stay 1.5 seconds back because of the dirty air, etc., etc.? If they've cured some of those ills from the last few years, we could be in for a classic 2022. And given what we got out of 2021, that could be really promising for the profile of not just Formula One, but motor racing in general. If we have another grandstand season like that with these new spectacular looking cars, it's going to be a wonderful thing for everybody.
Actually been here a couple of weeks ago on the Barcelona circuit. That's enough for Formula One for the moment. We stick to the GT Winter Series and take a look back to the second round of the season, which happened in the closing stages of 2021.
Beautiful scenery in South Portugal. Only a few miles from Lisbon, the second event of the GT Winter Series takes place for the first time at the traditional Estoril circuit. No less than 27 cars compete against each other in 2 qualifying sessions, followed by 2 sprint and 1 endurance race.
We are here in Estoril. The qualifying was quite good, but quite a lot of traffic on the track. But we did pole position. Not so bad work for this moment, and let's pushing for the race.
Leading the grid onto the formation lap on this former Formula One circuit is Olymp Racing, although this time they're contesting with another Ferrari 488 GT3 instead of the Audi R8. So overall, 4 Italian racers in the field. In second position, it is the experienced Javier Ibranfuado in his Ligier LMP3, right before Uwe Lauer in the Beermacher Racing's GT3 Evo version of the Ferrari. Race start here in sunny Portugal, and it's Marcin Jedlinski in the number 77 who stays ahead of the LMP3 car. A great start also from Oscar Lofquist in the Gallin Motorsports 992 GT3 Cup, who could immediately make up 2 positions. Meanwhile, Simon Abel had quite a moment in the team lap-time performance Porsche, but he could drive on right away. Not too long after the start, the Ferrari with the number 72 got hit during a collision with the Goodspeed AMG and had to give up some positions. Tough fights in the BMW CS racing class. Espana Motorsport and Schnitzelhelm Racing neck to neck, with the better outcome for Marcel Markiewicz. In the GT4 class, it's again Theo Uverhaus in the CV Performance Group Mercedes AMG Gt4 who could secure his class win over the 25-minute racing distance. Gabriela Jilkova manages to finish only a few seconds after Uverhaus in second position. Overall, the winner is Javier Ibran Pardo, who had to fight back after a little mistake. Second to see the checkered flag is Jedlinski in one of the Olymp Racing Ferraris, who finishes the race before GT Winter Series debutant Lofquist. Only a short break before the second race is about to start. Again, it's Olymp Racing leading the field, but this time with both sister cars. In third position, another Ferrari of Die Biermacher Racing. Behind the three stallions, it's Oscar Lofquist and Sebastian Glaser, who are about to deliver an excellent 25 minutes of racing. The lights go green, and Lofquist in the Porsche is already pressuring the front runners of the field. But Uwe Lauer is defending his position for now. Difficulties for Pardo in the LMP3 car. He is stuck in the middle of the field almost throughout the entire race. Also, Robert Howe had a bit of trouble. He got spun and found himself in the gravel before returning to the track. In the end, he could finish the most competitive GT4 class in the third position, behind both Mercedes AMG Gt4 of the CV Performance Group. Meanwhile, Bass and Korzeniowski could secure the double victory for Olymp Racing, followed by another podium for Oscar Lofquist, who had Sebastian Glaser in the Porsche and Pietro Vera in the Goodspeed Racing Team's AMG right on his tail. For the endurance round of this event, it's another double pole for Olymp Racing, with Stanislaw and Marcin Jedlinski at the wheel. 45 minutes of final racing action with a pit stop and a possible driver change are about to start. Almost certain that the Olymp Racing team would hold the double lead for the race, the participants were in for a surprise when Pietro Weir in the number 36 AMG suddenly contested the second position. In the GT4 class, it's a tough battle between Theo Uverhaus and the defending champions Haupt and Jilgova. During the pit stops, the ZVO AMG Gt4 gets the class lead, but Uverhaus manages to come back strong and secure yet another class victory. Winning the Cup R class is Johannes Kappinger, who has delivered an impressive performance together with his twin brother Michael in the Huber Racing Porsche. The overall victory and the fastest lap time of the weekend goes to Bat and Jedlinski in the number 77 Olymp Racer, followed by Uwe Lauer in another 488 GT3.
Very good weekend for us. We won the 2 off races and we showed a good pace. Thank you for the team, Olymp Racing, that it's preparing very well the car, and amazing job we are making before the season.
Bat and Jedlinski are currently leading the overall standings together with Theo Uverhaus and his superb performance at both events in the GT4 class. It remains exciting who will contest the top position in the second half of the season. Next stop for the GT Winter Series is the Andalusian Jerez on the 12th and 13th of February.
The Barcelona circuits. Adam Weller and I still in the pits, and Adam, I think we have to say the weather is now finally improving, which is good news for the second race coming up in a couple of hours.
Yeah, there's a couple of hours. I'm not willing to say anything until quarter of an hour before the race, and even then I do tend to have a bad effect on the weather when I open my mouth, so we can hope, but I'm not saying a word on that one.
Yeah, it would just be very good to see another dry race, or at least a race without rain, because we have seen a lengthy safety car period in race number 1. And of course, all the drivers, all the teams want to have all the time under green, because there are championship titles up for grabs here.
Absolutely, and I mean, we're in front of one of the key garages on that front. The overall championship leaders coming into this one, of course, in the BMW class, the BMW Hispano Motorsport team. And you can see here that they've got a bit of festivities going on in the back of the garage if we have a look as well. They are clearly a team after my own heart, because they've got some sim racing going on in here. Maybe at the wheel there we have the track stars of the future, the racing drivers of the future out there. Just getting some practice laps in. I believe that's my native... Oh no, that's Mugello. I thought that was Brands Hatch.
Yeah, that's Mugello indeed by the looks of it. Always interesting to see that it's a BMW factory-supported team, because you can see all the logos and all the symbols and everything on the pit walls. Everything is branded in BMW. You have proper catering, of course. Everything is in order. There we can actually see the W Series helmet. As you mentioned, Adam, one of the drivers is part of the W Series, which is also an interesting twist, isn't it, to be driver of a BMW M2 car and a W Series single-seater.
Yeah, very different machines, certainly. Don't have to worry about much in the way of body roll or anything in a carbon chassis single-seater. But Nerea Marti, very good driver. She got a podium in W Series last year, I believe. Fourth in the standings as well, I think. And yeah, she's certainly one to look out for, and couldn't ask for a better driver pairing, really. BMW Hispano Motorsport have done it right in terms of their GT Winter Series lineup.
Although it might actually get much, much closer after the first race we saw earlier. As we reckon, the points gap is now down to 1 point between these guys from the BMW España and the Schnitzelalm team. And we shouldn't forget Gabriela Yilkova and Robert Haub. Class win in their category. Of course, there are plenty of points behind, but depending on what happens to the other BMW crews later on in race 2 for the sprint and in the endurance race, there might still be a chance for them.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a very long shot with the scoring system here. However, if you end up in the gravel, you're not scoring. So, you know, there is a lot of jeopardy to contend with here. If either of the BMW teams at the head of the order have issues, then certainly the ZVO team, the newly formed Zakowski-Van Omen partnership, they could walk away with the big silverware at the end of the day.
Some more catering over here. That's actually a bit of tapas style there, with a bit of bread and whatever that is. It definitely looks very, very tasty indeed. I think we need to call for a siesta as well, which we will do in, I think, 15 or 20 minutes. But of course, we'll stay on the air for you throughout the afternoon to give you more impressions from the Barcelona pit lane and, of course, the 2 forthcoming races. Now let's see who else is around. As we mentioned earlier, plenty of interesting cars here in the Barcelona pits. You can see 2 of them over there. That's the KTM box, and I think, Adam, one of these cars, the Rezoon car number 99, that came to a halt on the circuit as well.
Yes, I'm not quite sure of what happened. I thought it might have come into the pit lane, but certainly Daniel Drexel was closing in on Gabriela Yilkova in the final stages of the race, and then I think with maybe 2 laps to go, we ended up losing Daniel. So I would be interested to maybe pick some brains at some point in this garage and see exactly what happened. But hopefully they're back out for race 2. What you can see, and it's a telltale sign, is that the engine cover is off that car. They've also looked to be doing some work on the rear axle, so I do wonder if maybe there are some powertrain related issues going on here.
Yeah, there was one shot in our live stream where we could see the car at the end of the pit lane. Now, I'm not too sure if it was in the pits and then stopped at the end of it, or if it just came to a halt in the middle of the start-finish straight and was then brought back into the exit area of the pit lane. Okay. Anyway, it was definitely an early DNF for the 99 car, which is a shame. Especially because, I mean, it's an interesting team, isn't it? Because on the one hand, we have the let's say, the GT4 spec car, the closed KTM.
Yes.
And then on the other side of the pits, we can see the very spectacular 98 car, which is called the KTM R,
yes,
which I think originated from their own one-make championship.
Yes, exactly. Well, the driver, Dennis Leibel, drives in that championship and also in the Austrian Touring Car Masters Series. And yes, you can tell it apart from your standard KTM crossbow based on this mighty large front splitter and an even mightier rear wing on the back, which you wouldn't see on your standard KTM crossbow. Obviously, it's a completely different beast again from the GT4 car. GT4 car has the canopy over the roof for the GT4 regulations. Very different machines. 2 different takes on the same philosophy, I suppose. The KTM crossbow has now been a thing for 14 years, but it still looks amazing, isn't it? It's got this incredible angular, kind of almost like an angry fish design on the front, and it's still a brilliant track day car and a brilliant race car to boot.
It has aged very well, it really has, and there are new exciting projects at KTM. The GTX car, which is basically running in the new GT2 European Series.
Yes.
There will be a factory effort at the Nürburgring 24 Hours with that car. Felix von der Laden, one of the most famous YouTubers in Germany, will be in one of these cars. So there is plenty of action coming up from KTM as well. Now here's the canopy that you mentioned, Adam.
Yes.
And this up here is a very interesting bit for safety reasons, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Well, I mean, it's clearly very, very important that these drivers are cocooned in the cars. We've seen the open prototypes get taken away from the LMP class and so on at Le Mans. And certainly when you do take away the canopy, you can really see just how close it is to the other KTM. But certainly, yes, very important that these drivers are enclosed. And of course, they also have all kinds of mechanisms to make sure that if, heaven forbid, a car ends up on its roof, they can still get out. There's a lot of precautions, a lot of safety measures that have gone into the design of this car.
And what I liked about these cars when they came into GT4, a bit like the Alpine a couple of years ago, it was a bit like the earlier days of touring car racing. You had these lightweight cars, very nimble, not too powerful, but very good through the corners. And then you have the Mustangs and the very quick AMG Gt4s and so on. That's an interesting mixture, isn't it?
Oh, GT4 racing is, in terms of variety, shape, size and sound, it's the best out there. You've got these, I think this is a 2-litre Audi unit, is it in this? And then you've got the, I think 6.2 litres in the Chevy Camaros. There's just such a brilliant, diverse array of cars. And the cars seem more evergreen in GT4 as well. Orlando, the Italian team, were running 997 Porsches up until, I think, 2018 or 2019 in the European Series. But yeah, to your point, in terms of a single class race, I don't think it gets much more pleasing to the eye and diverse than GT4.
And Adam, you mentioned there are repairs going on the number 99 machine. Earlier on we mentioned it is basically a one-day event, which on the one end is very attractive for the teams because it saves you some travel expenses, hotels, days off, holidays, etc. But of course, when you have such an issue, it's actually very bad because you run out of time to fix it.
Absolutely. The time scale is so limited, and so many of these drivers, even if they are what we call gentleman drivers, amateur drivers, they all make sure they've got professional teams behind them, and that's exactly why, because if you end up in the gravel with a mechanical issue 5 minutes into the first race, you don't want that to be the end of your day.
So definitely fingers crossed for the Austrian Resun Racing team to get their 99 machine fixed for the remainder of the day. We are going to find some more teams to talk to and to give you some impressions of. And until then, we have some more highlights from the earlier part of the season. Round number 3 held 1 month ago at Jerez.
The third round of the GT Winter Series and the battleground this time, Jerez in Spain. In the well-known manner of 2 qualifying sessions, followed by 2 sprint and 1 endurance race, the competitors start into the race weekend.
Die Strecke ist cool, ist oldschool. Ich kenne das noch von ganz früher, die ganzen Formel-1-Rennen hier. Und es ist toll, jetzt hier auch mal richtig Rennen zu fahren.
I love the track. I think it's superb, it's fast. Very good for these cars.
Die Strecke ist echt cool. Ich bin hier noch nie gefahren. Es ist eine sehr schnelle Strecke, hat einen richtig guten Flow und mir macht sie sehr viel Spaß und ich freue mich heute da jetzt auch wirklich Rennen zu fahren.
It's a full house again, with a grid of 29 cars on the sunny 4.4 kilometre long ex-Formula 1 track. No less than 3 drivers who share the first place in the championship, so a lot of excitement right at the beginning of the race weekend. At the front of the grid, it's again Carol Bash, but this time in the Mercedes AMG Gt4 of Olymp Racing. The well-known Olymp Audi R8 with Stanislaw Jedlinski behind the wheel only made it into the top 10. Behind Bash, it's an armada of Porsche lining up for the lead. The lights go green, and Bash in the AMG stays ahead of the field. Michael Hughes follows in second position. In the middle of the field, there is quite a lot going on, especially the BMW España Motorsport team had a good start and could make up some positions right at the beginning of the race. Also, Markus Lundstrass in his Racing 1 Aston Martin GT4 showed enormous speed, but unfortunately had to retire the race after a contact with Jedlinski at the hairpin. His teammate Moritz Gysi, now with the only Aston in the otherwise strongly represented GT4 class. Since the championship-leading GT4 driver Theo Uverhaus couldn't participate in this event, it's the moment for the other competitors to make some ground. Gabriela Zhilkova seizes the chance. Class win for the reigning champion in the Mercedes AMG GT4 right before Moritz Gysi.
P1 ins Ziel gekommen, bin konstante, schnelle Rundenzeiten gefahren, also für mich war sehr erfolgreich.
Overall, it's Hughes in the Porsche 991.1 GT3R who takes the win, after Bash received a penalty for overtaking under the yellow flag and therefore claims the second place. The podium is completed by Javier Ibran Pardo, who started from the 5th position in his Ligier LMP3. Race 2 here on the Andalusian circuit, and pole position for Hughes, followed by Marcin Jedlinski and Pietro Guerra. A great start from Michael Hughes in the Porsche, with Jedlinski right behind him. The two frontrunners could create a gap to the competitors right away. Quite a moment for Chris Hillaby in his 997 GT3 Cup. Although he manages to get back on track, he had to retire the race after only 6 laps. Better luck for the number 81 of BMW España Motorsport. During the race, Jose de los Milagros could improve their position from 18 to 13 overall and secure their class victory at their home race. Impressive driving by Javier Ibran Pardo, who had to start from the back of the field but managed to finish the race in P5 overall. A great performance also from Oscar Lufquist in the number 91 Kerlin Motorsports Porsche. He could finish first in the Cup R class. With the 4th position overall, he even manages to leave some of the GTR competitors behind him. Winner of the race is again Michael Hughes, who pulled off a solid start-finish victory, followed by Olymp Racing in 2nd position.
Wir sind eigentlich sehr unvorbereitet in das Rennen rein, beziehungsweise heute Morgen an das Qualifying, vom Setup, von den Reifen her. Ja, hier ist einfach nur just for fun, bei gutem Wetter und bei guten Leuten.
It's the last chance for the competitors in Jerez to score before the final round in Barcelona. And an ambitious start from Manuel Lau in the PZ5 Lakes 991 GTR to tip off this 45-minute endurance race. Using all the little space he had, he manages to get the leading position even before the first corner. Hughes lets him have his way, but never stopped building up pressure. Ulrich Ziegler and David Asphalt were unbeatable in the HP Racing Cup Porsche 991 and therefore on their way to a class victory. The Cup S-Class was dominated by the Dutch duo Verkerk and Verkerk, but nonetheless, it was Karsten Kramer Racing, with several Cayman GT4s that delivered exciting battles throughout the whole weekend. A safety car phase around the middle of the race opened up interesting opportunities for some of the racing teams. Most and foremost for the BMW España Motorsport team. They even left all the GT4 cars behind them and finished this final round in Jerez in the 6th position overall. The podium in this endurance race, Michael Hughes and Klaus Horn in 3rd position. Uwe Lauer and Francesco Lopez in Die Beermacher's Ferrari 488 GT3 in 2nd position. The courageous maneuver at the start from Lauck and Driesau is rewarded with the overall victory.
Ja, war ein tolles Wochenende hier unten, tolle Organisation und 3 Rennen an einem Tag. Was wünscht man sich mehr zu Beginn der Saison, ja, und mit so einem Ergebnis?
With BMW España Motorsport leading the championship standings, the competitors are heading into a last, decisive race weekend. The final round of the GT Winter Series will take the participants back to Spain. On the 12th and 13th of March, the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya will be the home for the showdown of the championship.
And now finally the sunshine has arrived for the showdown of the GT Winter Series 2021 and 22, which means we can take a better look at cars like this. One of the McLarens, Adam, always spectacular.
Yeah, McLaren 765 LT, of course this is one of the road cars, but you can tell this one's being used properly. Firstly, it's here with us in the endless summer track day, which is great to see. You can tell it's been out during the wet weather sessions as well. If you look at the paintwork, you can see that it's a little bit dirty. Clearly, you know, obviously the track was dirty, it was raining, and so it dries out in the sun, and then it starts to look a bit worse for wear in terms of the paint scheme. That's the kind of thing I noticed because I live with a car valeter for a little while. But, you know, you can tell a supercar is driven properly when there's a helmet in the passenger seat ready for them to go back out there. And when you've got, you know, over 760 horses in a McLaren, if you're not using it properly, you're doing it wrong. These aren't for driving around London, they're for driving here on the circuit, and I'm glad to see it.
And of course McLaren has a proper motorsport program just as well, with a GT3 car, with a GT4 car. Not too many of them in the domestic championships in various countries, but I think in the UK you have quite many of them.
Yes, quite a few. The 570S GT4 in particular is very popular. Coming towards the end of its life cycle, one would imagine, because I think its first season was 2017. Interested to see what they do next. I mean, the 720S, yes, it's a GT3 car, but it has kind of the profile of an old school 90s GT1 car. You know, it's so wide, so imposing, and the more GT3 cars we see like that, the better. And I mean, just looking down this pit lane, we've got so many incredible cars. We've got people testing the new 992 Cup car, which debuted last year. Behind cameraman there, we've got the GT2 RS Club Sport. If we take a look at that, that is of course the car that races in the GT2 Championship. That's the 992 Cup car. The purple one here is the GT2 RS Club Sport. Not many of these cars around, but a surprising number of them are regularly tracked. I was so worried when they came out with this GT2 RS Club Sport that no one would take them to the circuit, but actually, for the most part, I think Porsche have been very careful with who gets them, and have got people who love driving them on the circuit, and that's brilliant to see.
And as always in track, there's a huge variety of Porsche cars. Yes. More of them here. We have the Caymans, of course, also taking part in the GT Winter Series. Of course, popular as ever. One more story to the McLaren I just had to remember. Yes. We had two of them running at the Nürburgring 24 Hours many, many years ago, with Kevin Estre putting the pole position lap in top qualifying. That was epic. Because, you know, all the GT3 cars are basically customer orientated. They're all made for amateur drivers, gentleman drivers, customer drivers, to be rather easy to drive.
Yeah.
That never was. The McLaren GT3 never was. It was always a handful on the edge, especially on the Nordschleife, in the hands of Kevin Estre.
Absolutely. Well, I think that's what's so exciting about GT3 racing and why it's so universally popular. You get these factory-built rocket ships that have been engineered to the nth degree to make sure that not anyone, but any talented AM can go out there and get decent laps out of it. And that's why even here at track days, you know, there are maybe a half dozen GT3 cars sucked away in these garages purely for the track day. Even though, you know, they're not racing, a GT3 car, if you want to go fast and you don't really have to worry about budget, buy one, even if you're not going to race it. They're such incredible pieces of kit, and it's easy to see why they're so popular all over the world.
And of course, that's a very interesting aspect for your company as well. I mean, in case a manufacturer like Porsche sell many cars, they can also sell track days, coaching in terms of how to drive such a car properly. It really is a proper industry these days.
Oh, absolutely. Customer racing is one of the integral parts, especially if you're on the smaller end of, say, the manufacturer train, all of those words. You know, KTM, I think, a great example, along with Reuter Engineering. You know, that's such a huge part of their business. Race cars, you know, these small manufacturers, particularly in GT4, customer racing, such a big part of their overheads at the end of the year, you know.
And as you see, some of the GT Winter Series cars being brought back into their pits after the first race of the day. That's it for the first part of the day. We will be back in roughly 1 hour with our live streaming coverage from the pits. And then race number 2, the sprint race number 2, will start at 3:45 this afternoon. Hopefully, Adam, under better conditions. Sun's out. This might be interesting.
Definitely will be. Yes, yeah. Very interesting, not just in terms of the racing we might get from the cars, but with these weather conditions, if it continues as it is now, tyre choice could be critical. There's going to be a lot to consider going into that second race, and that's before you look at the championship table. Very much looking forward to getting back into it this afternoon.
So there is a bit of siesta going on now, and then we'll be back. Make sure you join us in roughly 1 hour for the second sprint race of the day. Welcome back live from Barcelona. It's the season finale of the GT Winter Series 2021 and 22. We have already seen one very, very exciting sprint race earlier on today. So now let's have a look on the remaining schedule for the last race day of the season. Coming up in just under an hour is the second sprint race. Another 25 minutes for the second time today. And then just after 6 o'clock local time here at Barcelona, it's time for the endurance race. Another 45-minute encounter, including a pit stop and a driver change for all the teams and crews, featuring 2 drivers per car. And after that, around 7 o'clock tonight here in Barcelona, we will know the new champions of the GT Winter Series for this season. And of course, we are very happy to bring you more news, more updates from the pit lane and also from the pit box, where I am now joined by Robin Seelbach. He's the managing director of or the project manager of the GT Winter Series. We've spoken to Robin earlier today. And Markus Gedlich is here as well as head of the GT Winter Series. Thank you very much for joining us. Markus, a big day for all of us here in Barcelona. It's the title decider. How happy are you with the event so far?
Well, so far pretty happy. The first race, as you mentioned already, was very exciting, especially under those conditions with heavy rain. Well, but anyways, I'm going to look forward to the next race, which is supposedly very sunny. So it will be another exciting one with probably a totally different outcome.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. Maybe the guys in the broadcast booth can show some pictures from the circuit right now. And as you will see, conditions have definitely improved compared to the conditions we had earlier today. It's sunny out there. The circuit should be dry. So fingers crossed that it stays dry for the second race of the day. Of course, due to the weather, we had a lengthy safety car period earlier on in the first race. We also had a weather delay because of fog earlier this morning. It's always a big shame. But even in Spain in the middle of March, it just is part of racing, isn't it?
It is, and you cannot do anything about it. So we just take it as it is. And racing under rainy conditions is very challenging, more challenging probably than in dry conditions. So we just take it as it comes. And it couldn't be better than to have a rainy start and now going over to dry racing. We look forward very much.
And I mean, we should say you have many gentleman drivers, amateur drivers, enthusiasts in this championship. So you would think they always want to drive under dry conditions. However, they also want to learn something. So sometimes it might actually be interesting to drive in wet conditions.
It absolutely is, because you get to know your car better. And under real racing conditions, not only here, but also in the major series, in the international ones or German ones, the summer over, you always have races with some rain. So it's not a bad thing to pick up some more practice here prior to the season.
And as many of you at home will know, Markus himself is a former racing driver. And you can, of course, tell that in order to be a complete racing driver, you need to be good under every condition.
That's the point. Not only on the Nürburgring, which is supposedly a little bit the mirror of British weather brought to Germany. But apart from that, sometimes you have rainy conditions under racing, so you need to practice, and you're only a complete race driver if you're able to manage all of those conditions, sometimes on one day.
Robin Seelbach, who I mentioned, is the project manager of the GT Winter Series. Robin, earlier on today we have seen the movies from the previous 3 rounds of the championship so far. How has life been in the championship this year?
Yeah, it's a very busy championship. We had a lot of great cars, great drivers and very good fights. So yeah, it was a very good season.
And I think one very interesting aspect of this championship, as we said earlier on today, is the huge variety of cars. It's always nice to have a grid with more than 30 cars, but if it's protos, GT cars, cup cars, that's brilliant racing, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So we come from track days, and of course on track days you have many different types of cars, and the development went in the direction that there are more and more race cars, and then it was a logical consequence to make a racing series as well. And yeah, now we have a lot of cars and a good mix of cars.
It's the first time that the GT Winter Series is shown live with our broadcast. So can you give us a bit of an insight how the championship started, where did the idea come from, and how did you develop?
Yeah, about 3 years ago, Markus and I talked about it and had the idea to make the racing series. And yeah, then we started very small, but it went bigger and bigger. The request of the clients is very good. So yeah, you can see it. We have a lot of cars here, and yeah, we go on.
And Markus, as we can see on your jackets, Gt4 Racing, that's obviously your company, and that company is doing much more than only just the GT Winter Series.
That's correct. Actually, the company started as a coaching company. So I was just a one-man show providing coaches to amateur racers. And from that, more products developed surrounding this coaching, like Nordschleifen trainings and also track days. And from that, I started developing what is today called Endless Summer, which is nothing else than transferring everything down to south of Spain in winter to provide proper racing under sunny conditions. And well, we actually operate this now in the 13th season, so it's quite established with a big calendar. We have 28 days this winter alone, only Endless Summer track days, emerging pretty much. I'm going to have an even bigger calendar next year. And from this idea and from observing our customers advancing more and more, we developed the idea of the GT Winter Series, which is now woven into the time schedule of Endless Summer.
Which makes sense in a way to get the track day drivers to try out racing driving one day themselves as well.
And the other way around, you know. If you go just for racing, you have a lot of practicing options in advance, because we always offer track days ahead of the GT Winter Series. Or the other way around, if you used to be a track day racer, it's very easy to enter a racing series like the GT Winter Series, which is obviously a perfect platform for amateur racers.
And you have a selection of different racetracks that can be done in the Endless Summer package, and they are all located in this part of Europe, aren't they?
All located in south of Europe, mostly in Spain and some of them in Portugal. And they are not only located, they are also calendar-wise arranged in a way that they can be done like a tour. We offer race weeks where you just have one trip of 10 days and take 3, 4, 5, 8 track days consecutively without even having to move a lot, because they are all very close by. And if you consider the entire calendar, you can go all the way down to south of Spain in the beginning of December, do some proper racing there, leave your car, come back in January, go on with Estoril, go ahead to Jerez and so on and so forth, and end up the season then here in Barcelona and go back home to Central Europe. So it's very handy to drive around, have a lot of racing, a lot of practicing as well, and start the summer season in your regular racing series much more advanced than if you just be on the sofa the entire winter.
What sort of car can I bring to compete in Endless Summer? Is it just anything with 4 wheels, or do you have certain specifications?
Not quite anything, but mostly all the major currently homologated cars can be brought, but we are starting at a certain level. So now we're starting more or less with the BMW class, which is a pretty good one. The BMW M2 CS Racing is one of the most advanced, I would say low end, but from the performance level overall, but from the professional side, very, very advanced car. Going up to GT4, GT3 Cup cars. We even have a special class for the GT4 Caymans and for the prototypes. So starting from that up till the top end, the top notch, everything's possible and welcome here.
So if you wish to have any more information about the Gt4 Racing program and Endless Summer, just have a look onto the internet. Of course, it's all on the Gt4 Racing website and the Endless Summer website. But Robin, let's speak about the GT Winter Series once again. Half a day of this season left, then there is another one coming up. Can you already tell us something about the next season, next winter?
Yeah, we are planning some improvements for next year. We will have more dates. And in this season, we have the GT Winter Series and the Summer Track Days on the same day. For next year, there will be a separate day for the GT Winter Series, including one test day before, which belongs to the GT Winter Series, and 2 more track days before, so that people can test 3 days and then race on the 4th day.
So the idea, once again, is just to get more track time in for all the drivers?
Yes, and to divide it, that the professional race cars do the day before the races, and on the 2 days before also lower race cars can test.
So will we also see any changes to the race format, or will it stay with 25 plus 25 plus 45?
It will be the same, yes.
It has been proven that it's very exciting, especially with that mix of cars, I have to say. So interesting to have such a big bunch of different cars racing against each other in just 25 minutes. It's tough, it can go wrong, but I think it's great fun for the drivers.
Yes, I think so. And if there are 2 drivers sharing the races, each of them has a sprint race and they can share the endurance race. So it's very good and the customers like it.
Thank you very much to Robin Seelbach and to Markus Gedlich from Gedlich Racing and the championship management of the GT Winter Series. And one part of managing the series is, of course, having partners alongside to make everything possible. And of course, we would like to introduce you to some of these partners just as well. One of them is Nimex, and coming up now is a little presentation of the Nimex company.
Mein Name ist Matthias Burghoff und ich bin Inhaber und Geschäftsführer von Nimex.
Mein Name ist Hans Niemann, ich bin Gründer der Firma Nimex. Nimex heißt Niemann Import und Export.
Im tiefen Kern sind wir Motorsportausrüster, definitiv. Also der Kern des Unternehmens, genauso wie es früher auch war, ist der Vertrieb von Motorsportersatzteilen und von Equipment. Wir sind selber vor Ort an der Rennstrecke, können kleinere Reparaturen, Wartungen auch vor Ort direkt an der Rennstrecke umsetzen. Unser Team besteht aus wirklichen Fachleuten in ihrem Segment. Das heißt Kfz-Mechaniker, Ingenieure, Techniker, die wirklich über Jahre und Jahrzehnte mit dieser Branche zu tun hatten und da auch natürlich extrem viel Erfahrung gesammelt haben. Das ist der absolute Kernpunkt unseres Servicegedanken und auch des Vertriebsnetzes, was wir aufbauen. Für die Produkte, die wir verkaufen, wirklich den Service wie Wartung, Weiterentwicklung an den Kunden direkt an, und wir entwickeln selber und auch für und mit unseren Kunden und auch Lieferanten eigene Produkte, eigene Bauteile und Komponenten.
Im Grunde habe ich zusammen mit meiner Frau ein Unternehmen gegründet, was in diesem Sektor des Motorsports gehört, und ich habe im Grunde aus einem Hobby einen Beruf gemacht. Am 2.11.1981 ist die Firma gegründet worden. Das war im Grunde der Einstieg, dass wir mehrere verschiedene Firmen in diesem Renndienst gebündelt haben, der dann sehr erfolgreich wurde.
Die Idee hinter dem neuen Nimex ist im Prinzip das alte Konzept, die alte Idee wieder aufleben zu lassen und an das aktuelle Motorsportgeschehen anzupassen. Nämlich mehr zu sein als nur ein einfacher Händler, sondern viel Service und viel Kompetenz, um den Motorsport zu bieten. Wir sind eine stark wachsende Gruppe, die versucht, dem Kunden zu ermöglichen, immer genau da zu stehen, wo wir alle stehen wollen, nämlich auf dem Podium in der Mitte und ganz oben.
And here we are back live in the Barcelona pit lane. Adam Weller, our commentator, and myself. And as you can see, the sun is out. Fantastic.
Yes, the sunshine is here. Everyone keeps asking me about it. I keep saying the same thing, which is British commentators shouldn't say anything about the weather, but it does look like it's getting better. Track surface is drying, as we can see even here in the pit lane. So potentially race 2, we could see some much faster lap times and can see a completely different order in the field as well.
Yeah, it's a commentator from the UK. It's a production company called Nürburgring TV. That's not the best idea in terms of a weather combination, but as you can see, finally it has worked out, and it will prove very good conditions and very nice conditions for the second race later on. Now here, Adam, we can see one of the cars tackling the track day action, the endless summer action, and this is also part of the track day business, isn't it? You're just not on the circuit for the whole time. You also bring your car back in, you take your rest, you take your lunch, you catch your breath back. It's just about having a good time, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely right. Yes, it's very free flowing in that sense. You know, you can choose your own destiny. I mean, obviously, we were talking about the importance of track time earlier on in your interview with Marcus there, and you know, it doesn't just apply to the private on-track racing. It also applies to the track day drivers too. You know, if you have 8 hours in a day and you can pick and choose when you want to go out on circuit, that's perfect. That's exactly what people want from a product like Endless Summer.
And obviously there is proper noise out here as well because of the big rumble from the V8 powered LMP3 cars.
V12. That's, I believe, an 812 Superfast. Awesome piece of kit.
And there are proper serious production cars out here as well. But of course, we want to take you with us to have a look at the GT Winter Series competitors, which are still out here in the pits. And I think we might actually hop through here because the Radical that we saw earlier in race number 1 that crashed in the spray when we started and kicked off the race, that is somewhere here behind the pit garage to be fixed, if it's still being fixed. Well, there we go, there it is.
Yes.
So we're just waiting for the camera to appear, and there we are taking a look at the Radical. That is not looking good, Adam.
That's not looking good, and it's already been confirmed to me during lunch break that this car won't be back out again. However, Thorvalder, being a very fortunate man, he's got a second one to run. So have to start from the back of the grid because he's switching cars for race 2. However, it's good to see that he will in fact be here.
And that's also a part of GT Winter Series, isn't it? Because, you know, normally after qualifying, there is no way how you could possibly change your car.
No.
I mean, there is always something you can do with race direction, with scrutineers and whatever. But basically, this is not the regular way how this is done. So it's even better to have him on the grid later on.
Well, and the other great thing as well, in terms of, you know, the format we've got here, yes, we kind of sharpen, you know, everyone's competitive edge over the course of the winter, but the other thing that we see, and we've seen it already with Peter Terting and the Schlitzelam team, they've been out there with the Mercedes after the gearbox issues, just, you know, coming in, going back out, making sure that everything is ready. If this was most racing series for GT3 cars, they'd have to try and repair it, send it out to go to the grid and just hope it works. With this, they have the opportunity, they have the track time here to make sure that all systems are go and they're not going to cause any further damage to the car, which is obviously excellent for them.
We spoke about it earlier. This is obviously the Radical's party piece, the engine. Of course, a very, very light car with a very powerful engine, which originally comes from a motorcycle, though it is a very powerful one, we have to say.
Yes, exactly. No, the Radicals are very, very well engineered indeed. I mean, they've been making these cars now for over 20 years, evolving the design with every new cycle. I think they're constantly developing at least one new model. Obviously, they've even gone as far as GT3. They had the RXC Coupe GT3 car at one time. They went to Le Mans with the LMP2 project. The manufacturer certainly knows what they're doing. They're very well established at this point.
And you actually get some national championships with these cars as well. There was one in Germany 15, 16 years ago, never really caught on. I think you still have a championship in the UK, don't you?
Plenty of championships in the UK. There's a Radical European Masters Championship, which is kind of their main headliner. The cars are very popular in America as well. America, obviously, you don't see much of it in the media, but beyond IMSA racing, you have the NASA, the guys who run Thunderhill 25-hour, not the guys who launch rockets, and the SCCA, Sports Car Club of America. All of those organizations have categories that are perfect for cars like this. And so you do see a lot of radicals out in the United States.
Actually saw one of those championships in Dubai or Abu Dhabi a couple of weeks ago. And it's great racing, isn't it? Because basically these are like scaled up go-karts.
Yes.
So you really see proper movement. It's not like a single-seater that's completely and entirely glued to the tarmac. You can really see proper movement in these cars.
It's a great middle step between, as you say, like big go-karts, small single-seaters, and full-on LMP cars. It's a great, halfway house between the two. Although, that said, an SR8 will outdo some LMP2 cars from 10 years ago.
And is that now the backup car?
That's what I'm suspecting. This might be car 64.2.
Car 64 and a half there.
Yes.
For the accident victim from sprint race number 1, engine being fired, and the car will be brought out of the trailer. Now this is great entertainment, isn't it? Something you don't see in other championships, that during the actual race meeting the cars are still being changed.
Yes, this is certainly a unique moment, and well, you've also got the slight drama of making sure it comes off the ramps okay. I wouldn't want to be in that seat. Far too clumsy. But we can see that the car from the SPV racing team just being lowered now. Oh, a little bit of a scrape of the splitter. Never like to hear that, but otherwise fairly unworrying moment. However, I do notice that if they are in fact using that car as number 64, we're having a change of spec, because that is an SR3 RSX, which is not as powerful, but it is lighter. So potentially some different hardware for Thorvald once he gets into that car, if that is in fact the one they're going to use.
And on the engine cover we can see the sticker RPE. I think that's the company servicing the engines. What is it? Radical Performance Engines?
Something I honestly can't remember the abbreviation.
Let's have a look. If Marian, our cameraman, joins us here, that's the thing we are looking at, powered by RPE. So that's basically the company that builds and services these Hayabusa originated engines that's then planted into the Radical car. And Adam, that's what you mentioned, SR3 RSX. So although I would say for many people they completely look the same, but if you look closely you can actually spot the differences.
And I think there's a very interesting note on the steering wheel there. New discs and pads. Obviously with carbon ceramic racing brakes, when they're new, you really need to bed them in. You need to get them ready to go. And so someone from the team has very thoughtfully let the next driver of that car know that once you do get on the stopping pedal, just be a bit careful. Don't expect peak performance from the word go.
And it's also interesting from a driver's perspective, isn't it? Because, I mean, I don't know how much time the driver has already spent in this car, but it's definitely something else than the car that he set off this morning.
Yes, absolutely. A different engine definitely changes things up for the driver, undoubtedly. So it's going to be interesting to see how he adapts. And I mean, Radical also now, not just the RPE engines, but they also now produce the SR10, which is effectively the same to the eye. But they use the Ford EcoBoost, 3.5 litre engine that you'd find in a Mustang or in much more advanced tune in a Ford GT. So good to see that they're expanding their horizons.
It's a proper race machinery there, and very good to have them here on the grid. As we mentioned, in general, many prototypes here, not only of course the Radicals, but also the LMP3 cars. Now we can show you something else as we go through pit boxes. This is actually the Gt4 Racing pit box. You got to know Marcus and Robin earlier on, and this is actually how it's done for a customer with Gt4 Racing. You have a bit of catering with a Spanish flavor. You get drinks, you get coffee, pretty much everything you need for a lengthy race day in Barcelona. But we're not here for catering. not only for catering. Adam, let's go back into the pit lane to see what's going on outside. Now basically this is where our interviews are done. Over there is the scrutineering, where all the cars of course have to be checked. The reticle needs to be brought in here as well to get everything sorted out, to bring it back onto the circuit for the second race, which is due to start in, I think, just less than half an hour. So it's getting exciting once again. Now over there, Adam, we can see one of the LMP3 cars.
Yes.
We've just been looking at a reticle prototype. Might be a good chance for us to look at a LMP3 car now.
Absolutely. Well, so this is a Ligier JSP 320. You can see there that this car is being prepared by the high-class racing outfits. And you can see, particularly at the front of the car, the changes between the original JSP 3 and this JSP 320. It's got a lot more aerodynamic louvres. The design itself has been changed to look more like the P2 car they run. And of course there were, with the second generation of LMP3 rules, there were greater allowances when it comes to downforce. You can have more downforce, and the engines are slightly more powerful as well. So with that change at the start of the 2020 season came a lot more of a potent LMP3 car, and that's what we see here.
And of course it's very exciting to have them, because basically it's a very exciting looking car. It's a great sounding car as well, due to that massive Nissan V8 engine. And I think about the greatest thing about LMP3 is the price.
Yes.
These cars are incredibly cheap. Well, they are not cheap, but by motorsport standards they actually are.
Well, exactly. It's got similar selling points to GT3 in that there are so many championships where you can enter these cars at a lower price point than, say, LMP2. And, you know, you can even be at the Le Mans 24 hours. Obviously not in the 24-hour itself, but you can be there at the Road to Le Mans race. You also have in IMSA, they actually do put the LMP3 cars on the main grid. So you can race the 24 hours of Daytona, you can race the 12 hours of Sebring, and you can race events here in Europe, all with the same chassis if you so please. And that is a huge selling point.
And I think there are some countries struggling with prototype racing, but I think it's getting more and more attractive to certain drivers now because of the new set of Le Mans regulations, with LMDH, with more factories getting back to Le Mans. So as a young driver who can't make it into Formula One, you really want to get your head around prototype racing, because this is where the factory deals will be in the future.
Yes, of course, absolutely right. I mean, that's part of the reason why there are cautions about having manufacturer teams, about letting the budget spiral out of control. Gentlemen drivers, amateur drivers, are a huge factor in the business of motor racing. I suggest our cameraman takes a look at the wonderful Ferrari. No, never mind, it's stopped. I was going to say take a look at it as it comes past, but they've decided not to. But yeah.
Oh, there he goes, there he goes.
Here we go. So this is this wonderful Ferrari we heard a few minutes ago. The perfect recipe for a Ferrari GT car. Front engine V12, sonorous, absolutely wonderful. But to the point I was making, amateur drivers so critical to the ecosystem of motor racing, because they give these young pro drivers the chance with coaching, with co-driving, absolutely integral.
And this is one part of it, the LMP3 class. I think there are growing championships. There will be a new one in Germany as well.
Yep.
Partnership of the ADAC and the Creventic organization, the organizer of the 24H series. So it's a growing field, and I think it's interesting to have these cars in the GT Winter Series as well, because that's a bit of a twist for the GT3 competitors, because at some points of the circuit an LMP3 car isn't necessarily quicker than a GT3 car.
Well, absolutely, they do make an interesting comparison when going up against each other head to head. In theory, the LMP3 car is a little bit quicker, but I'd also argue much harder to extract performance out of. We heard it from Valentin. He, in the Aston Martin GT3 car, into turn 1 in the wet earlier, he had ABS. These cars do not. And so while, yes, you can go quicker in an LMP3, there's that little more challenge to get that pace. I think we should move away from this very loud race car.
That's what we will do, and we will head to commercials, and then afterwards we will give you a couple of more updates from the pits.
Der Kern des Unternehmens ist der Vertrieb von Motorsportersatzteilen und von Equipment. Unser Team besteht aus wirklichen Fachleuten in ihrem Segment. Wir sind selber vor Ort an der Rennstrecke, können kleinere Reparaturen, Wartungen umsetzen.
Just a couple of moments left until the pit lane will be opened for the grid procedure for race number 2. Sprint number 2, another 25 minutes. Coming up with a good bunch of cars, one of them of course being the Porsche Cayman cars, well known from various GT and endurance championships around the world. This is the K. Kremer Racing team, very well known from the Nürburgring Nordschleife. They have brought a couple of their cars, one of them in the typical VLN and NLS livery. Then over there is another familiar team and familiar name from the Nürburgring Nordschleife. That's Kurt Ecke Motorsport with Andreas Szczepanski from Germany. He had a very, very good race this morning in his Cup Porsche. Let's just try to get a word with him before the cars head out onto the circuit. Hi Andreas.
Hello.
How's life?
Good so far. It's sunny.
And I was about to say you had a brilliant race this morning in the wet conditions.
Yeah, that's right. Was pretty good, but I also like to drive in the rain.
So what can we expect from you now under dry conditions? Completely different thing, obviously.
Yeah, the conditions may be different, but I hope I can repeat what I've done this morning.
And I was telling our viewers earlier, you are very, very well known around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, much experience around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. So how do you like the GT Winter Series, which is a completely different thing, obviously?
Well, it's a nice series, especially in Germany during the winter. You don't have a lot of occasions to drive, and that's a good opportunity to keep in driving.
Andreas, have fun. Thank you very much. Proving the point there of what we discussed earlier with Marcus and Robin, sometimes it's hard enough to drive in summer at the Nürburgring, and it's definitely not possible in the winter time. Definitely possible here in Barcelona, in Jerez, in Portimao and in Estoril, where the GT Winter Series has their 4 events over the season. Andreas Szczepanski, one of the guys who enjoys the nice weather down here in Spain. Pit lane being open in a couple of seconds also for the number 81 car. These are still the championship leaders, the BMW España team. However, the Schnitzelalm team, second in the points, came much, much closer in today's sprint race number 1. So basically nothing is decided yet. And let's not forget the number 1 car, the AMG Gt4 of the ZVO racing team. Gabriela Jilkova and Robert Haub, last year's champion, with a good race earlier on today. Full points haul, so they might still be able to fight for another championship title. Pit exit lights still red, however we can already see some cars lining up here in the pits, and they will all head out in a couple of seconds. I think as we now see pit lights and pit exit turning green, it's time to head over to your commentator Adam Weller to give you some impressions from the installation lab.
Thank you very much, Lucas. Great to be back in the commentary box for the second of the 2 sprint races that we have here on this Sunday, the season finale of GT Winter Series. Of course, we do have the 45-minute race to come a little later on. And, well, isn't this a different sight from what we saw earlier on? Look at the circuit, bone dry out there on track now. In the pit lane, the pit apron and so on, still a little bit damp, but the circuit looks perfect out there now. Great opportunity for some of these drivers to really stretch the legs of their machinery for the first time, and I expect that a lot of the cars we're seeing now, these Porsche Cup cars that we were just looking at just a second ago, I think those cars will suddenly jet up the order in this second race without the treacherous conditions to contend with. Another car there, the Uwe Lauer driven Ferrari 488 GT3. I expect good things from Uwe in this second race. And starting from the back of the order, potentially, or almost certainly, will be Peter Terting. Although I believe it won't be Peter at the wheel for this, it will be Kari Schreiner that takes over the car for race 2, I believe. But that number 44 Schnitzelalm Mercedes AMG GT3, which they're using here for the first time, I expect that car to be right in the thick of it as well. They had gearbox issues during race number 1. We expect the car back out for race number 2. They do have a backup car that they can use should they need to, and that was an option on the table last I heard from them in the paddock. But regardless, we should see that AMG GT3 scything its way through the order in these dry conditions. We know that both Peter and Kari are very quick drivers, and that machine, of course, is proven with its previous owners, and Schnitzelalm have more than proven themselves with their racing efforts over the years. So that'll be one to watch. 2 more cars to watch. Of of course, are those BMWs that we were just talking about with Lukas a few moments ago. The car that you see rolling down to the first corner now, that BMW 2 Series, the M2 CS. That is the championship-leading BMW Hispano Motorsport entry, and I expect that car to be right up there in this race. We know that it should, at least, be De Los Milagros driving this car in this second race, because we did see it with W Series driver Nerea Marti earlier, so we expect that it will be Jose Manuel De Los Milagros driving the car in this second race. We know how good he is. He has won numerous national championships here in Spain. He's got lots of experience of both car and track, and so we'll see how he can challenge up against the rival team, the team that's matching them blow for blow, frankly, in the championship battle. That is, of course, the Marcel Marchewitz and Michael Sander number 11 car, the other M2 CS. We have a mix of M2 CSs and M240i spec cars, the slightly older M240i in this class. And we'll have to see which of those two M2 CSs ends up at the top of the championship at the end of the day. That is, of course, given they get to the end of the day in one piece, because if both cars have issues, then potentially we could yet see Gabriela Yilkova and Robert Haub in that number 1 car, the defending champions, could well be a factor as well. There we see the number 1 car. There is what should be Robert Haub at the wheel, since Yilkova was at the wheel for race number 1, and we saw Yilkova right up there at the sharp end of the order. The car will start from 6th position, but of course it is the top GT4 car on the grid. It is also ahead of quite a number of GT3s and Porsche Cup cars and even the odd prototype. So one would expect that Robert Haub will struggle for a top 6 overall finish from 6th place, but there is, of course, 25 minutes of racing where anything could happen, and Robert is a very rapid driver. I mentioned earlier on, in particular, their ADAC campaign in 2021, hampered by a few unfortunate incidents, but they were title contenders at points in that year. Certainly they were a favourite among quite a few of the smart members of the media crew in ADAC. People were expecting Haub and Yilkova to be right up there in the championship standings. They had podiums, they had good results, but unfortunately they also had a few incidents. But we will have to see how things pan out in this second race for Haub. 25 minutes for him, as we said, 25 minutes for everybody, of course, and he'll be joined on the third row by the car of Marcel Engelmeyer, that 992 car. We saw that fairly high up the order in the last race as well. It's always interesting when we get the GT3 Cup cars, the Porsche Cup cars, battling with the GT4s, because the GT4s, as nimble as they are, they do not have the firepower of a Porsche Cup car in the straight line. And we saw between Yilkova and Zapansky, actually, a great fight in race 1 in those wet conditions. We'll have to see whether we get more of the same in race number 2. I believe that it won't be too long before we get the formation lap underway. The car's currently on the grid, and hopefully we'll get some impressions from down on the grid as well. As you can see, though, the weather is a lot better here at Barcelona for race number 2. The track is dry, albeit there won't be that much rubber laid down, given the fact that we've had so much rain and poor weather over the last couple of days. So it is going to be tricky for the drivers, but still a lot better than the rain we saw earlier on, unless you are a rain expert, like Mr. Szczepanski said that he was in the interview with Lukas just a few moments ago. You see the bonnet up there on the Yilkova Haub number 1 car. Of course, the likes of Uwe Lauer just starting behind that GT4 car, and then that 982 Porsche, the first of the Cup S cars. Those two cars will not be as quick on the run down to turn 1, so the likes of Uwe Lauer there with the Ferrari 488 GT3, he's going to have to be careful. He's going to have to think very cautiously on that run to the first turn to make sure he doesn't collect any of the slower cars starting ahead of him. Lukas and Camera are both ready down at the on the pit straight, though, so let's throw down to them and hear from some of the drivers.
Yes, we are here with one of the big surprises of today's second qualifying session. It's the RNSTS Porsche Cayman. So that's not even a GT3 car, it's a Porsche Cayman in 4th place on the grid with Ralf Plörnes, who put in a blistering qualifying lap this morning. Ralf, it's P4 on the grid.
Yeah, P4, I'm Etienne, but no worries. Yeah, P4. Yesterday was my first day in the rain, and I think I learned a lot, and I could convert it into the wet conditions this morning. So made a quite good start.
So how did that work with all these LMP3 and GT3 and Porsche Carrera Cup cars to put this GT4 spec Cayman into 4th?
Yeah, I searched for my gap, I found my gap and had a completely free lap, and I could shoot my shot. That was really amazing lap.
A bit nervous because there are many prototypes and GT3 cars and so on behind you?
Yeah, for sure. I have to watch like a lizard, so watching my mirrors everywhere, check that I'm not in the way of the GT3 cars. Yeah, really a bit scared, but I will look out.
This will be great, Ralf. Thank you very much. All the best. So this is certainly very entertaining to have a Porsche Cayman GT4 car in 4th on the grid. I mean, look at it. There is another GT4 car. There is a 991 Porsche Cup car. And then over here we have an LMP3 car. And there is a Radical and there is another LMP3 car. This really is a great combination and definitely something that makes this championship so special. We still need to talk to Antonio Teixeira because we missed him after the first race where he scored 2nd place. Antonio, we didn't catch up to you after the first race. How was it for you?
Yeah, first race was a little bit difficult. I lost 2 positions at the start, and then the conditions were very difficult. You can't see very much in the rain, and also the overlap cars was a little bit difficult to overtake.
So will you prefer the dry running now?
Yeah, I think so. I hope now I can have a good start and get a little bit away, and then we will see. Not rained a lot in dry conditions, but I hope it will go well. Yeah.
Best of luck, Antonio. Thank you very much. Now let's see over here. That's the Radical of Manuel Teixeira. So we got 2 of the Teixeira drivers on the front row of the grid, and it's LMP3 Ligier against the Radical. Manuel, LMP3 against the Radical. What do you expect from the sprint towards the first corner?
I think the LMP3 is 4 and I'm 2. I hope the best.
You must have been so uncomfortable in the rain with that open top car.
Yes, in the rain is difficult with that car, but it's so, yes. I hope the sun is here. Thank you.
Enjoy your time. Thank you very much. So these are the 2 Teixeiras. Antonio in P1 with the LMP3 car and Manuel in the Radical in 2nd place of the grid. Then in 3rd it's Adam Gudmundsson. We spoke to him earlier as the 3rd place driver in his Ligier LMP3. This is Ralf Plörnes, mentioned him earlier on in the great position Porsche Cayman GT4. And then it's another very interesting row of the grid, because over there we have the 992 Porsche, which is actually a 991 Porsche. That's rather confusing. So it's number 992, but as you can see from the general shape of the car, from the headlights and so on, this is basically the Generation 1 spec of the 991 Cup car. And then over here, this is car number 1. Have shown it earlier to you already. This is the championship winning car from last year. Robert Haupt still being in talk with Gabriela Jilkova. She did the first race, and then down here we have the Porsche of Andreas Szczepanski. We spoke to him in the pits, and then over here, this is great to see as well. That's the Rezun KTM. They had a drive shaft issue earlier on in race 1. This is fixed again by the Austrian squad, so it's all set up for race number 2, sprint race number 2 of the GT series, now brought to you by your commentator, Adam Weller.
Thank you very much, Lukas. Great to get those sights and sounds in the pit lane, or on the pit straight, I should say. Great to see So many of those cars up at the sharp end. As Lukas was alluding to, the cars are very different in specification out at the sharp end of the order, but we'll be interested to see what the likes of that number 72 Ferrari of the Biermarker team are capable of, and also, of course, the car that won the first race, now to be driven by Stephen Patrick. That's the number 33 Aston Martin. There we see the number 44 car, that being the new to the team, at least, the Amg Gt4, that being the Schnitzelam team. I believe it will be Carrie Schreiner at the wheel of that car. So great to see such a breadth of machinery here on the grid. You see some of these wonderful liveries on the Porsche Caymans. I don't know what it is about the Porsche Cayman race cars, but in general, we always seem to get very creative colour schemes on these cars. There we see the Zemaitis-driven car, I believe the Lithuanian-Spanish driver, and there is our championship leader coming into this one. By my maths, leading the championship by a single point. We will do a full breakdown of the championship order heading into the final race a little later on, and we'll see who has to do what to take the overall crown. You see there's such an immaculately prepared car from BMW Hispana Motorsport. Great to see them quite high up the order, but they will have some work to do, I reckon, to catch up to the Marshevitz-driven car, the number 11, that is a little further up the grid, and their main championship rival. You can see them on screen there, just on the approach, or rather just on the 4th or 5th row of the grid. The 30-second board has just been withdrawn from the circuit, so that means the formation lap is about to get started, and as the formation lap gets started, I will give you the grid. But great to have yet another 25-minute encounter with the GT Winter Series, a wildly different race we anticipate, given the dry conditions, given the mix of cars in maybe out-of-sync grid spots. And here we go, the green lights are on, the formation lap is on. We heard from both of the Teixeira brothers earlier on, Antonio Teixeira in that wonderful Ligier JSP3 alongside the Radical SR8 of Manuel Teixeira. I believe it is Antonio that is the older of the two brothers. Then we have that third car, the Gudmundsson-driven 62. We look forward to seeing the third of the prototype cars, that Ligier JSP 320 from Team 4. That car starts from third. Then in fourth place, we're expecting Ralf Blonus in the Cup S category. In fourth place, as we saw that car very high up for a GT4 Spec Cayman. Fifth place, Martin Engelmeyer, the 992 car, starting from fifth, alongside Robert Haub in that number 1 Mercedes AMG GT4. The 55 is next, that is Andreas Skapansky in the number 55 Porsche 991 Cup car. Daniel Drexel in the GT4 Spec KTM, the car that we saw have issues in race number 1, disappeared after looking likely to catch Gabriela Yilkova in the wet conditions earlier on. The car has now had a replacement drive shaft. All issues seem to have been resolved, and we hope to see them have a good race for their efforts to get the car back out there on circuit. Francesco Lopez, the David Asfalg 131 Cup R Class 991 Cup car, that starts in 9th place. The 72 car is on the timing screen, if you're looking at the timing screens, as Francesco Lopez, but we know that that's Uwe Lauer. Francesco said earlier on that he was only going to be in the car for the endurance, and sure enough, it is Uwe Lauer at the wheel of the 72 Ferrari 488 GT3 that we see on screen there. Following him is Stephen Patrick in the 33 Aston Martin, although David Kiefer is meant to be ahead of him in the queue. Then after Patrick comes Marshevitz, the championship runner-up at this stage, just a couple of points potentially back from the championship leader. Andreas Mattis, another of the Caymans, is alongside him. Then it's Harry Verkerk in the 975 car. That's in 16th place. In 17th is the current championship leader, the 81 BMW Hispano Motorsport Promotion Motorsport entry of De Los Milagros. Karlovsky is next in 18th. Then it's the Radical SR8, or it's meant to be the Radical SR8 of Gissersen, but SPV Racing have had a lot of work to do ahead of this second race. And then Drago Racing Team ZVO, the second of the silver Mercedes, starting from 20th place. And we believe it's going to be Josef Liska that takes the wheel for this second race. That's the top 20. The formation lap is almost at its end then. And once again, we've got prototypes up at the sharp end. We've got GT4 and Cup cars rather high up the grid, and then there are GT3s lurking in the pack that will surely carve their way through. It's going to be an exciting 25 minutes of GT Winter Series action then. The green lights are on and we are underway in Barcelona. We await the cars to come over the crest. Who's going to win the drag race? All smart money is on the Ligier, but that little Radical, don't count it out. Look at them. The Radical is actually just a little bit ahead as they run towards turn one. Wonderful drone shot, and we can see that Antonio Teixeira does in fact take the lead. Not quite, he ran it wide there. A few other cars using the runoff area too, and my apologies, it's of course Manuel Teixeira who is in the Radical SR8, and for a moment there he led, but then he ran it wide, and sure enough, Antonio Teixeira in the Ligier LMP3 is the car that leads for the time being as they run through the first few corners of the circuit. Here we see that LMP3 car in the lead. Up to second place, meanwhile, has gone Gudmundsson. So Gudmundsson in the 62, the newer spec Ligier JSP3, is up into second place. Then it's the Radical SR8 of Manuel Teixeira in fourth place there. I believe that's the 992 car of Engelmeyer, so he is still where he started. But predictably, some of the GT3 cars are climbing up the order while the GT4s are falling back. Look at that, Uwe Lauer already up to sixth place there in the 72 Ferrari, just being chased by Robert Haub there as they run towards turn 10. Of course, turn 10 newly reconfigured just a couple of years ago. It's just last year, as a matter of fact, I should say. It's a slightly less sharp corner now. It used to be more or less a hairpin, and that's not the case anymore. Really adds to the flowing nature of a majority of this Barcelona circuit. Makes the last sector a little more flowing than it used to be, though of course we do still have this last chicane, and it's a bit of a Porsche Cup race, isn't it, for fourth position. We've got Engelmeyer from Asphalt, who's got past the 55 of Japansky, and then comes the number 72, Uwe Lauer, at the wheel of the Ferrari 488 GT3 car, which I expect on the drag race down to turn one, that Ferrari surely will get past at least one of these Porsches. You see it in the slipstream of Szczepanski there, and sure enough, draws alongside, and by the time we get to turn one, surely Uwe Lauer will be through and up into sixth position. Looks as though Lauer's up the inside. They're actually still side by side, being very careful and very sporting with each other, and Lauer does make it up to sixth place. Robert Haub staying with them in the number one car. We've seen just how good they are here in the GT Winter Series. They wear that number one for a reason, of course, because they are the defending champions. Rather unlikely from a mathematical perspective to walk away with the 2021-2022 title here in GT Winter Series, but still great to see them doing so well, Yilkova and Haub. Now we see Robert Haub just into the braking zone for turn 5. And there is a very important battle on track. The two BMWs, the second of which just going out of shot there. That is the overall championship battle that we just saw on screen momentarily there. The orange and black BMW, the number 11 of Marshevitz there, just being followed now by De Los Milagros. So, already up and directly behind the championship rival, albeit with a GT3 Aston Martin for company just behind him. So De Los Milagros is going to have to drive through the mirrors here, because one would suspect that Stephen Patrick should surely be past him before too long in the full-bore Aston Martin Vantage GT3 car prepared by his own Bullet Racing team. Oh, and off is the 992 car. Engelmeyer has clearly had a moment there somewhere. Looking at where that car is on circuit, I wonder if he maybe was a bit too eager with the throttle and had a spin, but nonetheless, the 992 car has come to a grounding halt, and let's just hope that that car can get underway again. I think more than anything, Engelmeyer may potentially be sensible here and just wait until the entire field has passed before he tries to move on. At least that's what I hope happens, because we really don't want to have to deal with the vehicle recovery here. Let's see what happens. Meanwhile, Uwe Lauer once again going for a move as he comes out a shot towards turn 1. Uwe Lauer there in the 72 Porsche. And look at these GT3 cars scything their way through the pack. De Los Milagros there losing a couple of position. Full yellow I see on my timing screen, although that looks like that's quickly been withdrawn. But 2 GT3 cars there just going past De Los Milagros in the 81 BMW. Those GT3 cars being Stephen Patrick in the 33 and young Carrie Schreiner in the 44 car. Such a promising young racer is Carrie Schreiner, teaming of course with Peter Terting here this weekend, and I imagine throughout 2022 as well. Carrie has Lamborghini Super Trofeo and DMV GTC titles to her name, and also a class win at the Nürburgring 24 Hours last year in an all-female team with Christina Nielsen, Pippa Mann and Celia Martin, a Gitti Tyre Motorsport entry, and great to see her hopefully progressing further up the motor racing ranks in 2022, and if they're doing so with that wonderful GT3 Mercedes, I very much look forward to it. Looks as though Stephen Patrick has fallen back behind the 81 car of De Los Milagros, so that's very interesting. We see the yellow flags there at turns 10 and 11, still out because the 992 car hasn't moved. Let's hope that that doesn't bring out a safety car. I don't know whether they'll try and do a live snatch or whether we will just run with yellows for that car for the rest of the race. But look at this, Stephen Patrick actually under pressure from one of the GT4 Mercedes. So Stephen not quite having the race he would have hoped for, I don't think. Great side-by-side action between the two cars here, though. I believe that is Leon Kozlowski in the 84 car. Yes, it is, as they drag along the main straight. Now, both of those cars powered by very similar 4-litre turbocharged AMG motors. However, of course, in GT3 Aston Martin specification, there is a little more power in that 33 Bullet racing car. The 84 of Leon Kozlowski looking very racy. Second in class at the moment in GT4 behind Robert Haub, and directly behind them is Daniel Drexel in the KTM that we saw withdraw from race number 1, and Drexel will be looking for a good result given the disappointment that came in that previous race. We'll have to keep an eye and see whether or not Drexel can find his way past the Mercedes. You see the two cars there that I'm talking about. Drexel following Kozlowski behind Stephen Patrick and Jose Manuel de los Milagros. Stephen Patrick actually diving up the inside of de los Milagros. There's a great battle this between 3 completely different cars. The GT3 Aston Martin, the GT4 Mercedes and the M2 CS Racing. 3 very distinct cars from both a visual and mechanical and potential performance perspective. But here in the GT Winter Series, it seems we get a lot of unlikely pairings on the circuit. And doesn't it make for wonderful racing? The 84 car just getting past the 81 as well. And the 84 car, that Mercedes AMG, run by the CV Performance Group, Ricardo Dort and Leon Kozlowski sharing that car, and I'm sure they'll both be out in the Endurance Race 3 later on. There are some solo drivers, of course, who will do Race 3 on their own, but we will also see some driver swaps in the pit lane in race number 3 later on. 16 minutes and 50 seconds of this race left to go, so already almost 10 minutes into the action here. Just on screen for a moment there, you saw the orange and black car. No, not the Aston Martin, but slightly before that, we did see the leading car in the BMW class, Marshevitz, in that 11 car. The championship runners-up at the moment but very shortly could well end up being the championship leaders if they secure a victory in the BMW class heading into the final race of the year. Further back in the pack, we're seeing some of the other cars. There's the 64 Radical that races under the Icelandic flag. Gajewski at the wheel of that. That is Thorvaldur Gajewski. And that is the car that we saw in a rather poor condition, or it's a similar car to what we saw in a rather poor condition after race 1. We understand that has been swapped though. They've swapped to a different car for race number 2. Just making a move there on one of the other competitors. It looks like that Porsche Cup car is slowing rather. I wonder if there are some issues at play there. And there is our race leader. Or is that second in the race? Yes, apologies, that's second in the race. The Radical we just saw on screen there, just coming over the crest of the hill now, is our second place car. Manuel Teixeira in second place. The gap between the top two now is some 33 seconds. The lap times from Antonio Teixeira are exemplary at the head of the order in that number 9 car, the Ligier JSP3, some 34 seconds clear of the chasing pack in the 1:46 out there on circuit. No one else on track is even under the 1:50 barrier, and considering some of the drivers we have out there on the circuit, that is no mean feat. Just saw the lead car in the back of shot there, coming out of turn 10 and 11, so if we wait for the Ligier we will see the leading car in just a couple of moments. We see this wonderful gaggle of GT4 cars as well, for good measure, out there on circuit. And they are about to be lapped, because there is the Ligier at the back of this queue. The two types of GT4 car you have there, the Cayman and the M4, are actually in different classes. So the Cup S class is reserved exclusively for the Porsche Cayman GT4. We saw there as well that the 992 car is running again, so Martin Engelmeyer just got lapped, and thankfully Engelmeyer is back running. That's great to see. That means that his car is obviously no longer causing yellows over at turn 11, as the leader scything through the back markers here. Antonio Teixeira in a class of his own here. It's a joy to behold some of the driving he's putting forth here in this Ligier JSP3 car. Also great to have these live drone shots that we're seeing at various points. What a sight that is, seeing the circuit from that perspective as the racing continues on. It looks like we've got a good battle for third place. Kari Schreiner has just got past Gudmundsson, as a matter of fact, for third place out there on circuit. Hopefully we can find the 44, 62 and 72 car, because I believe Uwe Lauer's involved in that battle as well. It's a nice 3-car scrap for third place. There's the 73 car just being honed in on. That is a Ferrari 458 Challenge car, the Die Biermarke Racing entry of Ralf Schuckmann. That car used to be driven by Uwe Lauer. Uwe now has moved on, of course, to the 488 GT3, and so the 458 Challenge, a vacant seat. And it does appear as though the seat has been vacated by Ralf Schuckmann, who no doubt will have some sort of campaign in Germany before the or during the 2022 summer season. And for the first time this weekend, we really are seeing the endless summer concept in action, as we heard from Szczepanski in the pit lane before everyone went out onto circuit. The idea of this series is to get the cars out on circuit in great weather, effectively creating, yes, an endless summer where the cars can run all year long. And in these kind of conditions, well, is that not a proof of concept? It's great sun, the circuit's in great condition, temperatures are just right for optimal power, and not getting too hot in the car either. That's great to see. There's the 992 car, which is running some, I think, 5 laps back from the rest of the pack, so I don't think Engelmeyer has had the car running again for very long, but it's great to see that he has got the car running. I believe just coming across the line shortly we will have Kari Schreiner, who is just up to third place now, so Kari would soon be starting her 8th lap of the race, and in 3rd overall now, having got past Gudmundsson. See that GT4 and Cup S battle going on. We've been following between the some of the Porsches and the GT4 BMW from Senkia Motorsport. Antonio Teixeira continues to lead with 11 minutes left to go. The Ligier we saw on screen a couple of minutes ago. There is the 137 car of Andy Mayerl. Interesting lines out of Andy there on the run through turn 11 and 12. That's another of the Cayman GT4 cars, of course, and as we've alluded to, much like at the N24, there is the option to run these cars in their own class. Since there are so many of them entered, I believe we have 7 or 8 of them here today, and one of them gets past the BMW M4, the Senkia Motorsport car being passed there by the Julian Netzband driven 979. Netzband representing the Kramer Racing Team, or the K Kramer Racing Team. Of course, Karl-Heinz Meyer was at the wheel of that car in the earlier first race. Yellow flags at turn 1, and we can see why. Which car is that? I think that might be the... That's the 982 car, so it's the RN Vision STS team. That's the Plones family car that started all the way up in 4th place, and unfortunately their race has ended in sad fashion with the car parked up on the approach to turn 1. Now, we saw on screen just now 3rd and 4th place. That's the battle I've been keen on seeing. We saw them just a minute ago, the 44 and the 62 car, Kari Schreiner and Adam Gudmundsson having a great scrap for 3rd overall. They should just be approaching turn 4 and 5 at the moment. Schreiner and Gudmundsson in the 44 and 62. That's Ligier LMP3 up against Mercedes AMG, and I do hope we get to see a few minutes of that. 9 minutes of racing left to go. Yellow flags out once again, courtesy of that stopped car on the approach to turn 1. It's a huge shame for Ralph Plonis that his car has come to a halt there. David Kiefer has also had an issue in the 76 Porsche, the rather distinctive purple Porsche, running down, well, in the pits down in 34th place. That's a shame. That car was running quite well in the early going, and there's a move for 3rd place. This is the battle I've been wanting to see. The 62 car of Gudmundsson lunges up the inside of Kari Schreiner. It's Ligier JSP 320 up against Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. Kari Schreiner, such a promising young GT driver in this car that's new to her, new to the team. The AMG GT3 that the Schlitzerland Racing Team have only recently acquired. They've got 2 of them here today at the circuit. They had a gearbox issue on this car in race number 1 when it was Peter Terting at the wheel. Now Kari is driving the car, and it seems that the gearbox maladies have been resolved. And well, what a great fight this is. And look, it could well soon be a 3-way battle, because look at the number 7 car. The number 7 Radical is just ahead of them. This is now a 3-car scrap for 2nd place. Manuel Teixeira there in the Radical SR8. Then it's Gudmundsson in the Ligier JSP 320, and then the AMG GT3 of Kari Schreiner. So let's keep an eye on Manuel Teixeira, Gudmundsson and Kari Schreiner. Hopefully we'll see them out of turn 4 and 5 on this camera in just a second. It should still be Teixeira in the lead, but it does look like he's slowing. Of course, he had to wait behind a slower car in the yellow flags. However, as they come into our view here at turn number 5, the Ligier is ahead. So Gudmundsson has got through into 2nd place. And that is a big move for Gudmundsson, all the way up to 2nd place. And now Teixeira in 3rd will be under pressure from Kari Schreiner in the 44 AMG. There you see the big, imposing black and green Mercedes looming large in the wing mirrors of the SR8. Teixeira manages to put a Porsche GT4 car between himself and Kari as they now run towards turn 10. And look at this, 3 completely different machines running line astern in 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the race. If you're curious about the race leader, he's 50 seconds clear at this point. Antonio Teixeira is driving off with aplomb in this second race of the day. Manuel Teixeira, his, I believe, younger brother, not having any such luck at all. He's got Kari Schreiner all over the back of him. Now the lightness of the Radical with the Hayabusa, twin Hayabusa V8 motor in the back versus the AMG GT3's monstrous 6.2 litre V8. This will be an interesting drag race. Kari Schreiner is in the slipstream. Has she got a bit more power? It actually looks fairly line astern, pretty even between the two of them as they run towards turn number 1. Schreiner has to stay in 4th place for the time being, and Kari will be keen on getting some silverware here. 3rd overall would be great. She is currently leading the GTR class for the GT3 style cars, ahead of Uwe Lauer in 5th place, but still Kari would love that overall podium, which is just a couple of tenths away, just one Radical ahead that she has to contend with. And look at them, they're almost side by side as they run towards turn 5 on what is, I believe, the 11th lap of the race. 5 minutes of racing left to go, more or less. We're at 5 minutes and 10 seconds to go, and I suspect this battle will rage until the very end of this race. There is the number 7, there is the number 44, some lap traffic to contend with ahead of them, and Teixeira was having to find any way he could through. Kari Schreiner thinking about the outside there at turn 9, and did take the outside line, but lost a lot of time because of it. Almost tripped over Teixeira as well as he tried to find a way past that Porsche Cayman. But again, absolute chalk and cheese, these two race cars, in every sense of the word, or every sense of the phrase. And it is producing a wonderful battle for P3 here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. This venue, of course, opened in 1991, 30 years last year. And it has been one of the leading circuits for winter testing, for GT racing, endurance racing ever since then. And look at Kari, she's flashing the headlights, trying to psych out Manuel Teixeira, one of the BMW drivers there, wisely getting out of the way and avoiding getting involved in this wonderful battle for 3rd position. Just the width and the sheer presence of that number 44 car up against the Radical is a sight to behold. It's wonderful to see such different cars on the same piece of tarmac here. There you see our drone looking at turn 7 from above. That little kink after turn 5 is officially considered turn number 6 here at Catalunya, even though it's pretty much a non-event in any car with any significant grip. Kari Schreiner around the outside at turn 5. Has she made the move stick? She's got a lot of traction and drive from that Mercedes AMG, and sure enough, as they run through turn 6 and onto turn number 7, Kari Schreiner, I believe, has got up another position. Yes, Schreiner back up to 3rd place. Immediately has to worry about traffic in the form of Ralf Schuckmann in the 73 Ferrari, but she's dealt with that nicely. Now Manuel Teixeira will not take that lying down in the slightest. 2 minutes and 55 seconds left to run. I make that 2 more laps of racing for Manuel Teixeira to try and mount a response to Kari Schreiner, who leads this battle for 3rd place at the moment. Up a minute ahead of the rest of the field, meanwhile, as Antonio Teixeira in the lead. 6 seconds ahead of these drivers is Gudmundsson in the 62, but we'll continue to focus on this wonderful battle for 3rd and 4th place. I don't know if we've seen the last of this fight, because Manuel Teixeira in the nimble little Radical can side through the traffic nicely if he gets the right opportunity. Kari has to do a little bit more hustling to get the AMG GT3 past. However, as she jets past some of that GT4 traffic, you do see the advantages of a GT3 car in this situation as well. Some more good battles further back. We can see as well, all throughout the order, we have great dices. Those 2 Porsche Caymans separating the battle for 3rd and 4th place, another great example. And going around the outside of one of the Porsches there is our championship leader just coming out of turn 5. and towards turn 6. That was the 81 car, as we've alluded to several times. Still second in the BMW 2 Series class, though, so we'll continue to lose points to Marshevitz if the checkered flag comes out with the cars in this order. Looks to me, though, as if Carrie Schreiner has done what she needs to do. She is not only in 3rd overall now, but she is well clear of the chasing pack, or rather, of the chasing Manuel Teixeira, well clear of the entire field. Sure enough, as I mentioned, the chasing pack is Antonio Teixeira, who we just saw on screen a couple of moments ago. We're waiting his arrival at turns 4 and 5. Antonio Teixeira in the original recipe Ligier JSP3, to put it in a slightly weird way. That car is running to the original Aero package from prior to 2020, prepared by the Monza Garage team. Antonio Teixeira Jr., effectively. His father, Antonio Sr., is running first in the Cup S class, as a matter of fact, as well. So this will be a double win, potentially, for Monza Garage and for the Teixeira family. If things stay as they are at the moment, that will certainly be the party place to be at the end of today's festivities, if that does prove to be the case. Here comes Teixeira then into the final sector of the final lap, and it looks like this race is going to be in the record books as a dominant performance for Antonio Teixeira. The number 9 Ligier JSP3 just scything through a couple of more GT4 cars before the start-finish line into the final chicane behind the Senkia BMW is the number 9 Ligier JSP3 machine. It's been a dominant and exemplary performance for Antonio Teixeira. The marshal is waiting with the checkered flag, and it's another win for Teixeira. Antonio Teixeira taking the win in that number 9 car. Antonio has proven his pace in various places over the years, and great to see him notch up a win in the GT Winter Series. Prototype car winning the race. Of course, we had a GT3 win it earlier on in the form of the Bullet Aston Martin. Gudmundsson is the driver we expect to cross the line in second. I think he's just coming through the last few corners now. He's potentially down at turn 11 and 12 or so at the moment, but he'll be through shortly. Across the line goes the KTM of Dennis Leibel. We took a look at that car up close earlier on in the programme, and the mad aerodynamics on that car from the Austrian Touring Car Masters Series really is a spectacular machine. We still await the second place car across the line. Here it comes now. There is the all-black, purely carbon fibre number 62 Ligier of Team 4 and Adam Gudmundsson, who will be joined by Michael Markussen in race number 3. Carrie Schreiner has crossed the line to take third in the race as well. I think Carrie may well have been able to beat Gudmundsson if she'd had a clearer run in the first phase of the race. Manuel Teixeira has crossed the line in 4th. In 5th place, we will see Uwe Lauer eventually cross the line, and that's 5th overall and 2nd in the GTR class in the Ferrari 488 GT3 from De Beermacher Racing. 6th place, Szczepanski in the Cup R 911 Porsche. He takes the Cup R win ahead of David Asfalg in a very similar car, the number 131. Robert Haub in 8th overall will take the GT4 honours in that number 1 car. Leon Kozlovsky in the very similar 84 Mercedes, that car out of the CV Performance Group's stable, finishing in 9th overall. And then rounding out the overall top 10, we believe, will be Stephen Patrick. Yes, he has already crossed the line. Stephen Patrick in the 33 Bullet Aston, 10th in that race. And just behind him, the car that I believe, with my questionable maths, might well be our championship leader heading into the final race. That is the number 11 car of Marcel Marchewitz. Marchewitz and Michael Sander may well be our championship leaders heading into the final race. We're going to do the maths and confer with the organisers ahead of race number 3 so we can give you a clear picture of the championship order. We see there, though, that the number 9 Ligier is back in the paddock area. Looks like it's going to have to go onto the weighbridge first, though, the Monza Garage car. And, well, what a successful run in that race. That Ligier JSP3 in a class of its own. We can see down there that Lukas is primed and ready with a microphone to hear from our winning driver, Antonio Teixeira. He sounded so calm and collected heading into the race earlier on the grid with you, Lukas. But I do suspect that coming into this second race, or coming out of this second race, having just taken the win, he might be a little more animated.
For him so far, with the weather, which was of course a massive topic in race 1 early on. I actually went to the wrong side of the car, quickly forgetting that they are the steering wheel is on the right side. And there he comes, your winner after race number 2, the sprint number 2 winner, Antonio Teixeira. And Adam, I think you are right. That is a big smile there, Antonio. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
If you want, you can remove your helmet first of all, and then we do a proper interview, because of course it's always a bit easier without the helmet after a proper stint. 25 minutes doesn't sound quite a lot, but of course in these cars this is very hard indeed. Antonio, I think that race was much more to your liking. I think it was about a minute of a gap you pulled towards everybody else.
Yeah, it went very well, and the car felt very nice, and yeah, the rest was only throttle and to the end. Yeah, it went good. Yeah.
And how did it work in traffic? Because obviously in GT Winter Series you have so many different cars out there.
Yeah, in traffic it's always a bit dangerous to overtake the slower cars. Also, this car is very deep and other cars don't see you in the mirror, so it's always a bit scary when you pass the other slower cars.
Manuel missed out on a podium position, but I think your father scored a class win, so it was quite a successful race for your family there.
Yeah, it was nice, yes, it was nice. I hope endurance also will go like this, yeah.
That's obviously the next one coming up. Thank you very much, Antonio. And as Antonio mentions, there is one more thing coming up today, and this is the endurance race, which is about to kick off shortly after 6 local time here at Barcelona. We'll take a short break and we'll be back at 5:15 to give you all the updates in terms of the championship classification, and of course we'll get more voices from the pits and from the paddock for the last episode at the title decider at the GT Winter Series here at Barcelona. See you soon. Just under 1 hour left until the last race of the season, the last one of the GT Winter Series Championship. So just under 1 hour left until we will decide who will become the new or maybe the old champion of the season 2021 and 22. But of course, until then, we are very happy to bring you more updates, more news, more faces and voices live from the Barcelona pit lane. And one of them is not only one of the drivers in this championship, but also one of its partners. His company is called Propane, and here are some images for you. And this is the man behind the company, David Asfalk, not only the owner of Propane Bike, but also one of the drivers in the GT Winter Series. So David, please tell us about your way into motorsport. Why did you decide to do motorsport?
Oh, that's a good question. Since I was maybe 10 years old, I have the dream to drive a car on a race, and I think now it's time. And yeah, I decided beginning of last year, I decided to go into the sport, and yeah, now I'm here.
So you're only in your second season now?
Yeah. We start 1 year before in Portimao, yeah, on the KTM, and now we are back. Yeah.
And you decided to come back with Porsche this year?
Yes. This year we tried again with Porsche. Yeah.
And that's quite a step from the KTM, isn't it?
No, it's another car, but yeah, I feel very comfortable with the car. Yeah.
Okay. Speaking about your company, we saw some pictures earlier on. Please tell us what Propane does.
Propane does produce mountain bikes from the kids' bike, maybe from 16-inch to 29-inch. We do all the different kind of bikes. Trail bike with 120 millimeter to enduro bike, downhill bike, and also e-bike. Yeah, surprise.
And then one day you decided to support the GT Winter Series with a bit of a partnership.
Yeah. So yeah, we decided to support those kind of sport because for me it's that's two hearts in me. One, bike racing, that's where I'm coming from, and motorsport.
So what have you done earlier in bike racing?
I was I think 5 years in the national team in road racing, and then I decided to go for mountain biking, 4-cross, and end up with downhill racing. And then I decided to build up my own company. Yeah.
So what's more exciting than bike racing or motor racing?
Both. In the winter it's much better to race here in the sun with a car, but in the summertime I also like to ride with my bike. But I do not race mountain bike again. Yeah, I race motorsport and I like to drive. I like to ride bikes. Yeah.
And now it's the endurance race coming up, 45 minutes. Do you have a teammate with you, or do you do the whole race on your own?
No, we are a good team together, Ulrich and myself. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. Last race, and the race before was very good for me, and also for Ulrich. So yeah, let's see what's going on.
And will you do the start or the second bit of the race?
No, I'm the better second rider, or not rider's bike, racer. Yeah, I'm much better on the second position, yeah.
Is that just because of traffic, because everything is a bit spread out on the circuit?
No, we get new tires in the beginning, and Ulrich is much better on new tire. He finds the peak much easier than me, and I'm maybe a little bit better on old tires.
Right, that's interesting. Now, we heard you come from the KTM, now it's your second season with Porsche. What is your dream or your big goal in motor racing?
My big goal is one time to drive 24-hour, maybe here in Barcelona. Yeah, that's my goal for the next 2 years. Yeah.
That's actually a very good point. There is a 24-hour race down here at Barcelona, part of the 24H series from Creventic. Is there a special relationship you have with this circuit?
No, not now, but give me another race and it will be, yeah. I like the tracks in Spain, yeah, but I have a little bit, I'm a little bit scared on the Nürburgring, so I think it's much easier here.
But still 24 hours of Barcelona, very competitive race, so would be good to have you there. David, thank you very much.
Thank you too.
So there you go, there's his propane bike, one of the championship partners in the GT Winter Series, but of course there are plenty of them. Another one is circuit booking, and of course we would like to introduce circuit booking as well. So here you can see some images. Just about half an hour left until the pit lane opens for the grid procedure for the last race of the season, the title decider in the GT Winter Series. In the back, you can see the ZVO Mercedes AMG Gt4 team. That's the team that scored the championship title last year. They are still in the mix, but it will probably be a fight between the two BMW M2 teams, the Schnitzel Alm team snatching the lead away from the BMW España team earlier on today. Of course, we will bring you up to date with all the points and all the schedules and all there is to know. Adam Weller, our commentator, still doing the math at the moment, and he will be back with the latest points standings in a minute. First of all, we would like to take you trackside with some onboard footage earlier from the season, and then afterwards we'll give you all the updates for the title decider. We are just about to crown the new champions of the GT Winter Series. Maybe it'll be the same ones as last year. Robert Haupt and Gabriela Jilkova. We were just chatting earlier on, and Gabriela, you didn't sound too optimistic in terms of the title hopes for this season.
Yeah, in GT4, I think it's going to be pretty easy. But overall, although we won most of the races, it will be really hard. We have one more race to go. But I don't know, with my calculation now, I think even if we win, it won't be enough.
That makes it, I mean, it's a bit disappointing on one hand, but on the other hand, it makes it pretty straightforward because you can just give it everything and then see where you are.
Yeah, we have this race weekend mainly also for testing, because this year we are driving here GT4 European Series. So we are mainly focusing on our thing, improving ourselves by driving. And of course, it would be nice to have the overall title, but I think to win in our class is still good enough.
I mean, of course, it's a similar outfit compared to last year, but the ZVO team is sort of new.
Yeah, it's a completely new team with Philip Zakowski in the head with Jörg van Ommen. And yeah, the team is great. I'm really looking forward for the whole season.
And your plan, obviously, for next year will still be GT4. Any chance to see you in a GT3 car anytime soon?
So this year we do GT4 Germany and GT4 European. And yeah, next year, of course, it will be my goal together with Robert to continue in the GT3 class. But yeah, let's see. We will try to do our best, of course.
What is your strategy for the endurance race? Who will do the start? Who will do the second part of the race?
We don't know yet. We always do, like, how to say it in English, schnick, schnack, schnuck. You know, like...
That's a good point. We need to ask Adam in a minute what schnick, schnack, schnuck in English is.
Paper, scissors, stone, I don't know.
Drop, paper, scissors.
Drop, paper, scissors. So we don't know yet, but the strategy is always clear to win.
Absolutely. Gabi, thank you very much and all the best for the race.
Thank you very much.
So there you go. These are last year's champions, Gabriela Jilkova and Robert Haupt. There is the man who knows who might become champion this year, because Adam Willer, our commentator, has collected the points. Adam, where do we stand?
Well, unfortunately, I'm going to have to use my phone, which I know is incredibly unprofessional, but I did just get this through about 6 minutes ago. As it stands, it is the Schnitzelalm number 11 car that is at the top of the order. So at the moment, on 222 points apiece, we have Marcel Marchewitz and Michael Sander. On 219 points, the BMW Hispana Motorsport team, of course that being Jose Manuel de los Milagros and Nerea Marti. In third place, and still technically just about within a shout, is this number one Mercedes. Jilkova and Haupt could still win. They're on 201 points. So there are 22 points for a win, 21 points back. If both of the BMWs fail to make 50% distance, they won't score any points. So it's going to take a lot of misfortune and drama for the Mercedes crew, but it is still possible.
And you never know. Adam, let's equip you with a second microphone if we can. Do we have it somewhere here? Right. Where is it? Ah, there we go. And oh, this will make it a bit
ready for action.
this will make it a bit easier for us to talk here in the pit lane. Now, one aspect about the points, there is a 3-point margin between the two BMW teams.
Yes.
So by my understanding, it would be enough for the Schnitzelalm team to finish in second, even if BMW España wins.
Yes, because there are 3 points disparity between first and second place in the scoring, so they would be tied. And I believe, in the way that we have the breakdown, if there is a tie, I think it would technically go to Schnitzelalm. And I'm sure that would be discussed long into the night. But if we do end up on a tie, goodness me, what a way to end the season.
Yeah, because basically how it works in GT Winter Series is, in case of a points tie, the title will be awarded to the crew that has won the last sprint race, and that was Schnitzelalm. So in case BMW España wins, they would be tied on points in case Schnitzelalm scores second. But in case of a tie situation, it would go to Schnitzelalm because they won the last sprint race. However, if BMW España wins the race and Schnitzelalm is third or worse, then of course it would go back to BMW España.
Yes, so much to play for in this last race, and I mean, obviously what's so interesting about this championship battle being a few classes down the ladder in terms of speed is that these guys are going to have to deal with lap traffic, they're going to have to deal with faster cars being driven slower. There are all manner of different obstacles for these guys to face up to, and it's going to make for a very stressful 45 minutes, I think, for those who are driving the cars.
Adam, let's just head out into the pits for one last time with Marian, our cameraman, joining us for another walk through the pits. There is one aspect about points we still need to mention, or especially in terms of the title contenders, because we basically have two crews with two drivers each. Marcel Marschewitz, who is very experienced, for example on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, has done a bit of GT3 racing as well. His co-driver, Michael Sander, is less experienced.
Yes.
We have the same situation in the BMW España team with two drivers with different levels of performance. And so far, we have only seen the two quicker drivers in each team in the car. So now in the endurance race that's coming up, it might look different because we have the factor of the slower driver.
Absolutely, and I mean, on paper, I would say that the BMW España team would be the stronger across 45 minutes. However, faster on paper means very little in motor racing. We've seen all sorts of things happen over the years in every category walking the earth. So if I were a betting man, I wouldn't be taking my money out of my pocket. This could go either way, and isn't it going to be a fabulous race?
And it's interesting to have a BMW M2 car fighting for the overall championship after we saw a GT4 car winning it last year. That's also a good point about this championship, isn't it? That depending on how the season goes, you can either win it with a GT3 car or a GT4 or the M2 car, which effectively is one of the slowest cars on the grid.
Absolutely, that is one of the best things about it, and I mean, we've seen that before. Prior to the Super Touring car era, Group A racing, they had multiple classes and you could win, you know, in the British Championship, you could win with an MG Metro if you really wanted to. And that is great to see, you know, not having the funding to buy a £500,000 GT car, but still being able to win the championship overall. I think that is a great selling point for the championship.
And let's just stop here for a second, because that is one of the cars that has been winning earlier today. That's the Bullet Racing Aston Martin, Valentin Asclot and Stephen Patrick behind the wheel of the number 33 machine. They have put in a stunning performance earlier on today in sprint race number 1.
Absolutely, I mean, Valentin is one of the best young drivers, full stop. He was upgraded from silver to gold during the off-season in the FIA driver ratings. And obviously being a gold driver, it does make things a bit harder, because that means you're no longer a silver, and being a quick silver is a very good place to be in modern-day GT racing. The fact that he's a gold means that he's had to work very hard to find seats for this coming year, but he has done so. We know he's going to defend his French GT title this year, but all of that is to come. The tune-up race, as it were, getting back into the swing of things here with this Bullet Aston is absolutely fabulous. You could tell he was enjoying himself earlier on when we spoke to him, and I'm very interested to see what he and Stephen Patrick can do in this second race.
Interesting, interesting aspect, of course, about the GT3 teams. You know, it's basic that you have two different drivers in a GT3 car. It's also pretty standard that they might have different levels of performance.
Yes.
But of course, because of two different sprint races, that really brings a specific dynamic to it, because you either have the pro guy putting the car into the top positions, or you have the gentleman driver who's fighting for midfield positions. So there might be a completely different outcome of sprint race number 1 and sprint race number 2, as we saw today with this special car.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, the first race was an exemplary performance. And, I mean, the interesting thing about holding 3 races in a day as well, as we have seen today as a prime example, is just how different the circumstances can be from between the 3 hours between the first two races. Valentin, I'm sure that Stephen Patrick was delighted Valentin did the first race today, because those conditions were treacherous earlier on. And then, of course, we had the bone dry conditions earlier on today in race 2. We're going to have to consider what the weather will do. It looks nice out here at the moment for the third race, but between all of the different factors, when you pit, who goes in first, there's so many moving parts in a 45-minute endurance race.
It has actually become very enjoyable now. I mean, you as an Englishman wearing your T-shirt, I'm not that comfortable already, but it's still much, much better than it used to be earlier on.
I have many jumpers fitted to me by nature.
All right, let's get on with our little pit lane stroll. There is the Teichmann racing team. Also, as usual with Teichmann, fielding a big variety of cars. We have the Audi RS3 car, and I've just noticed, that's rather interesting, they actually have a second seat in there, which is no problem. You can also race it like this, like we've seen it today.
Absolutely. Well, it almost looks like an Audi RS3 that's been Porsche GT3 RS, doesn't it? It looks like it could still be a road car, as you rightly say. In fact, earlier on in the weekend, it did actually have the factory wheels on the car. They've now moved on to these rather nice-looking BBS aftermarket things, but yeah, the RS3, one of the more standard cars out there, but we did see Horst Felix Felbermayr making up some serious positions in the wet conditions in race 1 earlier. Obviously, he's a third-generation driver, and I'm delighted to see him following in the footsteps of Horst Senior and Junior, and I look forward to seeing where his career takes him.
Yeah, I really had to take a second look, because at first I thought, hey, this might be a TCR car, but of course it isn't.
Yes.
There is an Audi RS3 TCR car available, but this definitely isn't. Marian, our cameraman, now zooming into the cockpit, and there it is actually very obvious that this is a pretty standard car. You can still see the standard dashboard, sort of the standard steering wheel, actually still the normal key in there. So this is a pretty standard racing car, which we, Adam, always like. It's always good to have production cars racing on the circuit.
Actually, absolutely. This is the essence of production-style racing. I mean, if you go back to the 50s and the 60s, people in the UK were racing Lotus Cortinas, Ford Anglias, Mini Coopers without a roll cage in them. They were pretty much road cars, and they just so happened to have the likes of Jackie Stewart put in them. Obviously, this is a world away from that. There are so many safety devices and so much that goes into turning this into a race-legal car. But still, it is absolutely fabulous to see that even today, with so much customer racing programs put together by factory teams, there are still teams out there who will build private cars and try and do it differently. And we see a lot of that at the Nürburgring 24-hour. Great to see so much of it here too.
You can see most of the pits aren't too busy at the moment. Of course, some teams already preparing their departure after this weekend in Barcelona. Of course, many of them have different other things on their schedule. Some might actually stay here because there are some track days over the next few days here at Barcelona. Others will head home to Germany, for example. The Nürburgring Endurance Series will have their test days next weekend. So it's only the middle of March, but still a lot of stuff going on.
Oh, racing season doesn't really have an off-season anymore. I mean, if you look at some of the teams in things like the Asian Le Mans series, they're basically doing 35 weekends a year, often with the same mechanics, same cars. And if more championships consider doing the same as we're doing here as well in Southern Europe in the winter, then, you know, goodness me, we're going to have such a full schedule of motor racing. And the GT Winter Series, the whole concept behind it is really intelligent for that reason, because there is a gap in the market. There are people who want to race 24/7, 365, and well, we've built it, and as we can see with the entry list this week, they have come, so it's absolutely wonderful.
Absolutely. Now there is something else we might want to take a look at. This is one of the Porsche Caymans on the grid. However, this of course is a very, very special and well-known livery, the Vaillant livery. I mean, it's nothing new, Adam, is it? But still, it's always nice to see such a livery on a race car. It's a bit like Gulf and you name it. It just always works.
Yes, well, I'm glad to see this. Actually, there's a lot of Cayman GT4s that seem to wear iconic liveries. I used to do a lot of this in America as well, and anything that gives you a faint recollection of Porsche 935s and Kramer Racing and stuff like that. I mean, it's always worth it, isn't it? Nostalgia is a good thing.
Especially in motorsport. Now, interesting to see here, there is also a second seat mounted into the Cayman cockpit. We might actually need to double check this, but there we can see that many teams might actually be using their cars for coaching as well. So basically they used the endless summer track time and the tests yesterday to coach some drivers who might take over the steering wheel in a couple of months or maybe the next season or whenever.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, again, that's why having both of these, you know, events under the same umbrella, the Endless Summer Track Days, the GT Winter Series, it is so great because it allows teams to sell seat time in the races, and of course it allows them to prepare for the season ahead.
And there you can see some racing marks on the car already, so there has been a bit of a touch, but I think in general, Edmund, we have to say, after the troublesome first race under wet conditions, the second one was all right, wasn't it? I mean, there was some local yellow and so on, but it went quite well.
Absolutely, yes. Aside from the 992 car being stopped for a couple of laps, there really was not much to report in terms of incidents. We did have lots of excellent racing, of course. We saw Carey having that absolutely brilliant battle for the podium with the Ligier JSP3 car, and I have no doubt that race 3 is going to be just as enthralling, particularly, as you say, with different drivers in the same cars and different speeds. It's going to be very intriguing.
Absolutely, and we might be able to catch a word with Patrick, who is setting himself up just to get more insight on the livery, perhaps. Patrick, we were just talking about the wonderful Vaillant livery on your car. What's the background? Why are you running it?
Inspired by the classical Porsche schemes that I've been running in the past, especially in the Le Mans series as well. We do a lot of those different liveries in the series running in the Netherlands. So I decided to put this livery as well on the GT4. I think it's nice. It's a nice color. It really stands out, so it's good.
Great stuff. How has your day been so far, Patrick?
Pretty good. It's still more or less in one piece, so that's the most important thing. Good racing. This morning was interesting with the rain race, of course. But I moved up from 6th to 4th, so it was good. And Harry was just second in his race, so looking forward now to the endurance race. Final one for today and for this championship, which really enjoyed a lot. We started in Portimao already back in December, did Estoril, Jerez, and now here, so it's a great series. Good fun.
That's great to know. What happened on the front right corner there?
Harry had an accident in the second race. One of the other Caymans came from the right, one in the right corners, and they hit him basically on the right side. One of the Huber cars, I think. I think they had an accident. They broke their radiator, which they just fixed. But our car is still fine. There are some small repair work to be done, but it's still in shape for the endurance race, so everything's fine.
Enjoy the last one of the season, Patrick. Thank you very much.
Good. Thanks a lot.
So there is one of your Porsche Cayman competitors. Very nice to know that the Vaillant livery is still popular on our grid. Now let's head out into the pit lane, double checking the clock, obviously. It's only 8 minutes until the pit lane opens. So
Wow.
I think, Adam, you need to go back probably to your commentary position to bring us the last race of the season, which will be an exciting one.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be an intense 45 minutes. I'm intrigued to see how the strategy plays out. Mandatory pit stops, always a challenge for the teams. I think you're looking forward to it, and I know that I am too.
This will be very good. Adam Weller, thank you very much. We're going to get to commercials and then afterwards some final impressions from the pit lane before the last start of the season.
Der Kern des Unternehmens ist der Vertrieb von Motorsportersatzteilen und von Equipment. Unser Team besteht aus wirklichen Fachleuten in ihrem Segment. Wir sind selber vor Ort an der Rennstrecke, können kleinere Reparaturen, Wartungen umsetzen.
Just a couple of minutes left until the pit lane will be open for the last time of the season before the last endurance race of the GT Winter Series. We are in BMW España's pit box, and in the backdrop you can see a huge crowd of onlookers, fans and supporters down here at BMW España. And on the other side of the pit box, it's one of the title contending cars. It says 50 Jahre BMW M, 50 years BMW M on the back of it. Great livery in the typical BMW colors, in white, in red and in blue. And in the cockpit, it's Nerea Marti, one of the two drivers. And now there is one of the pit horns to announce that the pit lane will be open in just a couple of moments. Then the number 81 BMW will head out with Nerea Marti and José de los Milagros, trying to catch the Schnitzel-Alt team, the car driven by Marcel Marschewitz and his teammate for the very first time in the cockpit today. It will be such an exciting outcome, not only to the championship, but of course also to the last race of the season itself, because we have a very, very packed grid, 35 cars with a couple of very, very quick prototypes out front, scoring the front positions on the last grid of the season once again. But as we saw earlier, some of the GT4 cars are able to actually catch up to the prototypes, especially in the first few parts of the race. So this will be very, very interesting to watch indeed, especially because now it's not only 25 minutes, it's 45 minutes, including a pit stop window from minute 15 to minute 30. And in that 15-minute window, every car needs to come into the pit lane to change the driver in case it is a two-driver crew. Otherwise, the driver will just stay in the car and head out onto the circuit again to complete the last bit of the race. Now over there we can see the next few cars being ready to go out on the installation lap. That's the K. Kremer Racing team, well known from the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Over there are our Dutch friends from Donkervoort taking part in the Endless Summer Track Time or Track Day program. So they obviously enjoyed their time on the circuit just as well, taking some final pictures before heading home to the Netherlands. And of course we hope to see them back next year once again, maybe not only as part of the track day schedule but also in racing action, because certainly these cars are absolutely great to watch and great to listen to. Over there, Die Biermacher, the beer makers, roughly translated, German squad fielding two Ferraris, one GT3 car, the 488, and one 458 challenge car with the brilliant, normally aspirated 4.5 litre V8 engine, also making a great, great noise. The engines are roaring into life for one final time in the 2021 and 22 season. The pit lane is open. Cars are heading out into the grid for the last race of the season. All the updates from your commentator, Adam Weller.
Thank you very much, Lucas. Yes, the cars are heading out onto the circuit for the final race. 45 minutes of action incoming here for the season finale of the GT Winter Series. We've explained the points to you, but in brief, there are 3 points between the two cars that are the most important in this championship battle. The number 11, the Schnitzelalm Racing BMW M2 CS, is the car at the head of the points table on 222, but just 3 points back. The team that led the championship coming into this weekend, the BMW Hispano Motorsport number 81 car, so we'll be keeping our eyes on both of them all throughout this race. Of course, they're both in the same class in these 2 Series BMWs, like the ones you see just coming down into the circuit now, and that will be very intriguing viewing. And of course, there is the race as well. We talk about the championship, but we can't minimize how interesting this race should be. We've got a great variety of prototypes and GTs. We've got some really incredibly fast drivers in these cars, in both the GT and prototype category, and in Porsche Cup as well. We did see Antonio Teixeira in the number 9 car, the Ligier JSP3, dominate the second race in the dry conditions earlier on. However, in this third race, of course, with the driver swaps for those who are running 2 drivers, we do have some seriously fast professionals on the circuit as well. So all is not decided by a long shot at this stage. So I'm very much looking forward to this 45 minutes. There is the number 7 Radical just heading out onto the circuit. That is the car to beat based on the form in race 2. It looks as though we are going to have similar conditions to race number 2. It looks like a lovely picturesque day here at Barcelona, as you can see. And well, it's the day we were promised when we read the brochure at long last this morning, with the fog delaying qualifying, etc. It did look rather more like my home country than Barcelona, but now it's certainly a picturesque March evening here in Barcelona, and what a way to decide a championship. As we've alluded to, there are some very quick drivers here. I'm looking forward to seeing what Valentin Asclo can do from the 4th position on the grid in the 33 Aston Martin Vantage GT3 car, the Bullet Racing entry. He'll be sharing with Stephen Patrick in that car, and I'm very intrigued by their potential performance in this race. We saw Valentin put on an absolute masterclass in race number 1 earlier today. Anyone who was watching the stream in the early going will have seen his absolutely committed move into turn 1 in the Aston, and I'm expecting that he will be equally as committed in the early stages of this race. He's got 2 JSP3 Ligiers LMP3 cars, and of course that almighty Radical SR8 of Antonio Teixeira to deal with in the early stages of this race. And from behind as well, you have to deal with the likes of Robert Haub, Szypanski, Engelmeyer as well, and of course Uwe Lauer is another one to watch in this race because he is getting to share with Francesco Lopez in this one. Uwe Lauer decided to do both of the sprint races earlier, but his driver coach Francesco Lopez, who has a plethora of experience in GT racing, the German and Italian national championships, and I believe he still works with AF Corsa as a driver coach as well as racing in Creventic. And certainly Francesco Lopez, a very handy person to have as your co-driver in a Ferrari GT3 car. So plenty to watch for. There will also be the 44 Mercedes, of course. We've spoken about Carrie Schreiner's brilliant performance in race 2 earlier, getting herself up to 3rd position from quite a lowly spot on the grid. Hopefully the gearbox issues that were in race 1, that affected their race 1, will not persist in race 3. Certainly all seemed well in race number 2. Carrie is set to be right at the back of the order, though, on the 17th row of the grid. However, between herself and Peter Terting, who've certainly got a fabulous pairing that have won races at the highest level of motorsport. Both drivers have great accolades in their past and present, so we should expect that number 44 Mercedes from the Schnitzelhelm Racing team to be right up at the sharp end. But at the very sharp end, this car, the number 7 of Manuel Teixeira, the Radical SR8, and I believe that Lukas is right there with that car at the moment.
I'm actually at the pole-sitting car, the number 9 car that won the previous race, the sprint race number 2, and that is also on pole position for the last one of the season, for the 45-minute endurance race. Sorry guys, gonna step in to have a word with Antonio. Has put in a great show earlier on in race 2. Now it's the 3rd one coming up, and Antonio, you're all on your own, only driver for the endurance race.
Yeah, I drive the endurance my own, and first of all, I tried to get to the end, and the race is a little bit longer than the sprint, so the race, it's not we win not the race in the first 20 minutes, so we need to drive to the end. Yeah.
You had a brilliant pace earlier on, so I think you should be fine. Thank you very much, Antonio. Speak soon.
Thank you, thank you.
So, of course, he won the second sprint race with a 1 minute margin, and he's in his car on his own. There is no slower gentleman driver that will take over the second part of the race. So if everything goes as we saw in race 2, he should be the clear favorite, I would say so. However, there is another LMP3 car, very interesting to see in its basic carbon shape. This is the Scandinavian driver that has been on the podium earlier on just as well, Arun Gudmundsson, who is checking his steering wheel with the high-class engineers, giving their support to the driver. I'm not going to disturb just yet, but of course he's ready to pose for the camera. So then I think we can step in with the microphone as well. Arun, can you please tell us, what do you change now at the steering wheel shortly before the race?
Say that again. Say that again.
But please tell us about your steering wheel setup. What did your engineer just change on the steering wheel there?
Actually, I think nothing.
Okay.
We are just hoping for the best. But the guy in first place is very fast.
So it's going to be a good fight towards the first corner.
I will try my best.
Adam, thank you very much. All the best. Now, obviously, Adam will have a co-driver, as he told us earlier this morning. It will be Michael Markussen, very experienced teammate for him. So he will take over the car after Adam has brought it into the pits. So here we have Antonio doing the 45-minute encounter on his own. Here we have Adam doing it with another co-driver. So this will be interesting to watch. There are still plenty of empty positions down here at the grid. Over there is the number 1 Mercedes of Robert Haupt. Let's see if we can grab a word with him as well. He's actually standing here because it will be Gabriella starting the number 1 car. There is Robert watching how things unfold. There is still the number 1 on your car. Will you keep it? That's the big question, Robert.
Well, we'll definitely try to keep it. We're going to give it our best. We have a good position right now here on track. We'll see what the competition does, but we're here to give our best, and we'll try to bring it home in first place.
How important is the timing when you set your pit stop in this endurance race?
It really depends on the situation in the race. If there's a safety car situation, maybe we will do it in that time. If not, we'll just have to see what the competition does and get this best strategy out for us.
Best of luck, Robert. Thank you very much. So that's Robert Haupt, one of your remaining title contenders. The 2 BMWs, of course, further down the grid, but we might actually just walk there because some of the cars are missing up here on the grid. So there we are. These are some of the Porsche Cup cars. Spoke about them earlier on. There is David Asfalk, one of the series partners. Had him in front of our camera. Then we have the Beermacher, the beer maker Ferrari with Uwe Lauer, ready to start the endurance encounter. There is the Resoon KTM trouble earlier on, but that's fixed just as well. That was a bit of a surprise. The RN Vision STS Cayman. René Plönnes put this into 4th place on the grid in race number 2 earlier on. That was a big thing just as well. And just to show it once again to you, this is one of the cars that we need to keep in mind for the title chase. This is one of the Schnitzelalm BMW, the number 11 car, Michael Sander and Marcel Marschewitz. So far it has been Marcel doing all the driving today, and now it will be Michael to step into the car for the very first time. The engines are fired up. It's time for the decision in the GT Winter Series. Here's the last one of the season with your commentator, Adam Weller.
Well, just walking around the paddock in the last couple of hours, you could sense the excitement building among the teams, especially those who still have something to fight for. Certainly, myself and Lukas have been very excited about bringing you this third race, and thank you to Lukas for his work there on the grid. We are just a couple of moments away. If you're watching the stream here, you can see that there's one light at the top of that gantry, which means that any moment now we are going to get underway with the formation lap, and I will bring you the grid, as much of it as I can, during this formation lap. Very, very interested in what's going to happen in this 45-minute decider. The safety car is rolling, the formation lap is underway, and the car that leads them is the number 9, Antonio Teixeira, in the Monza Garage Ligier JSP3. Alongside him will be the 62 Team 4 Ligier JSP3. Two similar cars, not identical, they are different vintages and spec, but they should not pace. In third position is Manuel Teixeira in the number 7 car, also out of the Monza Garage stable. The two brothers starting first and third. In fourth position should be Valentin Hasseclo and the British driver Stephen Patrick. However, they're not there on the grid. Now, I did hear whether there was some discussion as to who was going to drive the car, etc, etc, so I don't know whether or not they are going to be in this third race or not. Certainly the car didn't appear to be down there on the grid, so that could be a missing car, which would be a big shame, because I was looking forward to seeing what would happen for the Bullet Racing team in their third race of the day. On row 3, Robert Haub in the Drago Racing Team ZVO entry, the number 1 Mercedes, alongside the Kurt Ecker Motorsport number 55 Porsche of Andreas Skapansky. On the fourth row of the grid, the Team Lap Time Performance 992 Porsche, alongside the similar 131 car, Martin Engelheimer alongside Ulrich Ziegler in the HP Racing International 131 car. Uwe Lauer is next in that 72 Ferrari. Keep an eye on that car, especially once Francesco Lopez is at the wheel. Alongside him is Daniel Drexel, the rapid GT4 driver in the Razun KTM. Keep an eye on him. I think he could be the primary challenger to Haub and Yilkova in that number 1 Mercedes. On the 6th row, the 982 Etienne Plones in the giant killing Cayman that we saw 4th on the grid in race 2. Unfortunately, that car didn't get to the end of race 2. Let's see what they can do in race number 3. Matthias Kolowski joins him on the 6th row, 12th place on the grid. The Schnitzelbaum Racing number 11 car, started by Marcel Marchewicz. That is a very important car. That is our championship leader by a meager 3 points going in. Keep an eye on the black and orange BMW. The 76 car of Marius Kiefer is alongside him, the 76. Then it's the number 8 Monza Garage Porsche of Antonio Teixeira Sr. And then rounding out the 8th row of the grid, and we see it on screen, is the BMW Hispano Motorsport in the traditional factory BMW M colours. That number 81 car is the championship second place at the moment. They were leading the championship coming into the season finale, and in this final race it really is going to be a duel between those two BMWs. The Yilkova and Haub Mercedes has an outside shot, but it would require both of the BMWs to go missing in the very early stages of this race. 45 minutes of action about to get started then. The GT Winter Series with their third and final race of the day, and it's the big one, the 45-minute Enduro into the dusk here in Barcelona. The field is lined up 2 by 2, and we're about to go racing. Green lights, and we are underway here in Barcelona. We wait for the cars to come over the crest of the hill. Who will lead the drag race into turn 1? Look at the little radical on the inside into turn 1. It's family warfare once again as they run towards turn 1, but this time Antonio Teixeira gets to the corner first. Manuel in second place. Then it's Gudmundsson in third. And in fourth place, I think that might have been Ulrich Ziegler up to P4 in the 131 car. We'll have to wait to confirm that, but it was certainly one of the Porsche Cup cars. And also, of course, confirming with the old eyeball test there that the Valentin Haseklock car is unfortunately a do not start, and it confirms that, unfortunately, on the timing screen as well. So that's a shame. However, that car is taking no further part. There are our first few cars then through the order, and that was the 131 car in fourth place. Robert Haub has dropped down to, I believe, that 7th position, just behind the Uwe Lauer BMW Ferrari 488 GT3, and he's actually pressuring Engelmeyer as well for 5th place. So Uwe Lauer with a flying start here in the 72. He recognises, I believe, that an overall podium is a possibility here in this third race in the Ferrari 488 GT3 car, especially with Francesco Lopez waiting in the rings to take the car over in the second half of the race. Pit stops, I believe it's 15 to 30 minutes into this race, so effectively the middle third of this race is our pit stop window. They have to be stationary for 90 seconds, and then there's a further 25 seconds to consider for your pit lane in and pit lane out. So they will have to be very careful on the stopwatches during this pit lane phase of the race that will come in the middle in about 12 minutes time. The top three then disappearing into the distance ahead of the Porsche Cup car of Ulrich Ziegler. It's Antonio Teixeira leading in the number 9 car, then it's Manuel in second and Gudmundsson in third. That top three having a nice duel, and looking further back to Uwe Lauer. He's making a move for 5th overall, the leading car in the GTR class. Only one of 2 GT3s that we believe will be in this third race of the day. The other one, of course, being the Mercedes AMG of the Schnitzelalm team, Carrie Schreiner and Peter Terting at the wheel of that car, and it is Carrie taking the start. She is already well into the top 20, having started back in the mid-30 positions. And a couple of other cars we are missing. The Felbermeyer Audi that we looked at in the build to this race, that car's unfortunately not taken the starter, nor has the Sapansky number 55 Porsche, of course, a car that we saw well up the order, the Porsche Cup car from Kurtecker Motorsport of Andreas Sapansky, unfortunately not taking the start. So 32 cars took the start of this race, still an incredibly healthy grid of cars, so it's great to see so many here. And there is our 4th place car just dashing down to turn 10. The leading car in Cup Class R as well. That is Ulrich Ziegler. Then it's Uwe Lauer, as we see in that mighty Ferrari 488 GT3 car. The 488 GT3, by far the most advanced Ferrari GT3 car that's ever existed. The prior model, the 458, was largely based on the Challenge car, albeit extensively modified. The 488 GT3, really the first to be developed in conjunction with the GTE Le Mans spec car. So it is a hefty piece of kit. We see there Uwe Lauer, though, really struggling, missed both apexes at the chicane, and he's lost a position. As a result, Martin Engelmeyer says, okay, fine, I'll have 5th place back. And sure enough, 5th place is back with Engelmeyer. So the Engelmeyer car, the 992, which is ironically a 991 Porsche, as Lucas told you earlier on, up into 5th place. And look at Robert Haub. I'm so impressed by the performance of Haub and Yilkova. You can really see the class that both drivers have in the fact that they're able to keep up with GT3 spec and Porsche Cup spec cars. Really, on paper, it shouldn't be possible, but they are managing to do it. That really is a great showing of what they can do, and what an excellent shot with the drone there. You can see Uwe Lauer having a little look to the inside of Engelmeyer, who took a slightly wider line through turn 4. Robert Haub lurking in the distance as well. This could well be a 3-way fight. Once again, a 3-way fight for position between 3 drastically different racing cars. A Porsche Cup car, rear-engined, of course, and not really built to any particular rule book. The GT3 Ferrari, the cutting edge of customer racing performance. And then you have that GT4 AMG, which, of course, is a completely different car again. We've got rear-engined, from mid-engined, from front-engined, and various different capacities of engine as well. It's very intriguing stuff. And did you see the car following Robert Haub. It's Carrie Schreiner already up to 8th place overall. So at the moment, Uwe Lauer leads the GTR class. The only other car in GTR that's taken the start is this Carrie Schreiner-driven Mercedes AMG, and I don't think it's going to be long before she is on the tail of Uwe Lauer, and probably not much longer before she gets past. Look at the progress she is making. Carrie, as I mentioned earlier on today in the second race, has a decorated history in DMV GTC, the one of the German national championships, and the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, also a class win at the N24. She knows what she's doing, and with Peter Terting as co-driver in this race, this is a car to watch out for. Robert Haub using the indicators on the approach to turn 1 there to signal that he was going to make it easy for Carrie Schreiner, and sure enough he does. The GT4 Mercedes makes way for the GT3 Mercedes. Carrie Schreiner is up to 7th position. How long will it be before she gets into the overall top 5? And once she has handed that car over to Peter Terting, the question is, how much further can Terting go? Will we see a GT3 battle between Terting and Francesco Lopez later on? That could be very exciting if that proves to be the case. Looks like that battle is ongoing as they approach the 7th corner. I think maybe we're about to see Schreiner make a move there. And not quite, no, but look at this. We've actually seen Engelmeyer get past Lauer again, of course. And so it is now Lauer versus Schreiner. And the 44 Mercedes AMG hounding the back of the 488 GT3 car. Biermacher versus Schnitzelal. And the 44 car is surely going to find a way past in short order. Uwe Lauer, though, making that Ferrari very wide indeed. He's not giving this one up without a fight. 37 minutes left on the clock. And finally, Carrie Schreiner gets past, but Uwe Lauer made sure it was a little more difficult for Carrie than perhaps she bargained for, and she is now up into 6th position. Next target, Martin Engelmeyer, who surely won't have much of a fight to put up himself, given he is in a Porsche Cup car relative to the GT3 of Carrie Schreiner. Schreiner in the slipstream as she runs towards turn 1 behind Engelmeyer. Looks to the inside, superior brakes on that GT3 Mercedes, and the inside line very charitably given by Martin Engelmeyer. Carrie Schreiner progresses to 5th position. At the front of the order, it is Antonio Teixeira in that number 9 car. The Ligier JSP3 of Antonio Teixeira already 7.6 seconds clear of Gudmundsson in the 62. The similar Ligier JSP3 Manuel Teixeira in the Radical is 9.1 seconds back. And then Carrie Schreiner in 5th position. She is 36 seconds behind the leading car already. The pace of the two Ligiers and the Radical far superior to what we're seeing out of the GT3 cars, which is what we should see in theory. And sure enough, that is what's happening here at the moment. But Carrie Schreiner, now that she's no longer fighting her way through the pack, along with Peter Terting, may well be able to get onto the overall podium yet. Next target for Schreiner is Ulrich Ziegler, the leader of the Cup R class in the 131 car. What's happening, though, in the BMW class, which of course hosts the overall title battle here today at the Barcelona circuit in this 3rd race? Well, the answer at the moment is that it's a dominant performance from Marcevics in the number 11 car, who leads the class. That is, of course, the championship leader by 3 points. 10th overall at the moment, and some 15 seconds clear of Nerea Marti, who is listed as starting driver in the 81 BMW. So Nerea not able to match the pace of Marcevics at this point in these two BMWs. And, well, this could prove critical. It's going to be interesting to see how it develops over the remaining 35 minutes. But if the checkered flag were to come out now, Marcevics would be the champion, along with co-driver Michael Sander in the Schnitzelalm number 11 BMW M2 CS. You see there turn 4 with the wonderful drone shot. always a tricky corner in Formula One and other high downforce cars. It is more or less flat out, but in these GTs it is more of a challenge, and even though there is plenty of tarmac runoff, you do still have to worry about track limits if you stray beyond that curb that you see on your screen. Great shots of the racing here at Barcelona, another showcase of the variety we have here in the GT Winter Series, and the graphic you see on your screen declaring the best locations of Portugal and Spain. Well, that's very, very accurate indeed, isn't it? With events in Portimao, Estoril, Jerez, and now Barcelona. There is the number 84 BMW, just number 84 Mercedes, sorry, just going through shot, Ricardo Dort, and there is the car that is currently set to take the title. Marshevitz in prime position at the moment in the 11, comfortably leading the BMW subclass for the 2 Series race cars, the M2CS, the M240i Racing, and the M235i Racing, I believe, will also be eligible. The 11 car then it is that leads the way in that class at the moment, and also an impressive performance from Marshevitz to have that car up there in 10th overall at the moment. But of course there's going to be so much anxiety once he's out of the car, because he's going to have to hand it over to Michael Sander, and the same applies for Nerea Marti. She's going to have to hand over to Jose Manuel de los Milagros in the 81 car. So both of these starting drivers are going to be welded to a monitor in the garage, and they're going to be desperately hoping that they can see their driver across the line to be champion, but so much easier said than done. We are just a couple of minutes away from the pit window opening in this one as well. My understanding is that the pit window is the middle 15 of the race, the 15 minutes from the 30 to go marker to the 15 to go marker. Between 15 and 30 minutes of the race complete is when these drivers can make pit stops. Pit stops 90 seconds plus 25 for entry and exit. Means that there will be quite a significant delay once they're in the pits, and that could be an interesting strategic moment as well. It is Antonio Teixeira that leads the way still in the number 9 car, but what's going to be interesting is what happens once that car is, or rather what's going to be interesting is when the 62 car in second place, that's the Thor Racing Ligier JSP 320, once that gets taken over, I would expect that the co-driver for that entry, Michael Markussen, should be a step or two ahead of Antonio Teixeira, who is an extremely rapid amateur driver. It's going to be compelling viewing once the pit stops have occurred. That is a battle we see on track for the Cup S lead. The 137 car, Lena Nertzel, is the leader in Cup S. And just behind there is Etienne Plantz, who we saw so fast earlier on in the day in first qualifying in the, qualifying 2 in the incredibly wet and slightly foggy conditions of the morning. And unfortunately that car didn't make it to the end of race 2, but here in race 3 it looks to be in fine fettle, and Lena Nutzel is under pressure in this Cup S battle. The Cup S class is for the Cayman GT4 cars, so even though they are GT4 spec machinery, they are in a separate class. We do see single make racing for the Porsche Caymans in the UK as well, so it's not entirely unprecedented to have them in a single class, but it's certainly a good initiative given how many of them race, particularly in Germany and similar regions, which of course is where a majority of the cars in this series are based. Be interesting to see the leaders at some stage soon. I think the prototypes are not far away from where we're currently looking, actually. You see the drone shots there as the mandatory pit stop window has opened. It says on our timing screens here in the commentary booth, and that is right on schedule at the 15 minutes complete mark in this race. It's a 45-minute enduro, and we are a third of the way there. Now the pit stops come. Regardless of whether you're a solo driver or whether you're sharing, you do have to be in there in the pit lane for 90 seconds plus the 25 to enter and exit, and so everybody is in the same boat. There is no advantage to run a single driver or as a duo in the sense of the actual pit stop time. You can see there that Marshevix really is pushing to the limits of that BMW, bouncing across the curbs in the final few corners of this Barcelona layout. Already into the pit lane, though, is Uwe Lauer in that 72 car. So Uwe is into the pit lane. He's the first driver to make a pit stop in that number 72 Ferrari 488 GT3 car, and that's a decision that makes a lot of sense because, of course, he has Francisco Lopez in the back pocket as his co-driver. A few other drivers also in fairly early. I think we are going to see a flourish of pit stops throughout the order. Daniel Drexel is in, among others. There is our race leader, though, coming down the straight. Teixeira, of course, a single driver. Doesn't really have to worry about when he pits. However, I suspect the team would pit him at an opportune moment where there aren't too many other cars in the garage. Of course, the Monza garage team themselves do have 3 cars to look after here. Manuel Teixeira's Radical, Antonio Senior's Porsche Cayman GT4, and the Antonio Teixeira Ligier that leads the way. So Antonio will no doubt be in before too long in the lead, but the gap between the two leaders is not much at all. There is the leading car just coming out of turn 5 now, and here is the second place car, the all-carbon, really fabulous looking machine of Adam Gudmundsson that will be handed over to Michael Markussen in just a few moments. The promising Dane driver Michael Markussen. I'm really looking forward to seeing how he goes. He has driven LMP3 machinery before. Last year he had a very good season in the TCR Denmark series. I think I mentioned that a little earlier on in the day as well, but he had a brilliant season in TCR Denmark, finishing second in the points with numerous race victories. And I know that for 2022, both domestically in Denmark and internationally, we're expecting him to have a fabulous season, and he'd love to get that started with a win in that number 62 Ligier, but it's this number 9 car that he is going to have to challenge. There is that number 9 Ligier, which continues on for another lap. Antonio Teixeira goes around the final corner to start a new lap, and so does Gudmundsson. Gudmundsson doesn't pit yet either. You see there some of the rubber bouncing off these cars' tyres. There's a lot of build-up on the circuit. Of course, it has been a hard day of driving here in the paddock between the GT Winter Series and, of course, the endless summer track day sessions as well. It has been busy out there on circuit, and no wonder we are getting to see some tyre build-up, especially now that it's dry conditions and some rubber can actually be laid down on the circuit. There's our championship leading car, the number 11 of Marshevix. We just see it going out of shot now, the orange and black car, the number 11, the championship leader. Coming into this final race here is one of the Mercedes in. I believe that's the 84 car in the pit lane, the GT4 car, Ricardo Dort, handing over to Leon Kozlowski for the final stint, we imagine. Kozlowski was very quick earlier on. Let's see what kind of positions Leon can make up in the latter 25 minutes of this race. Nice golden lollipop as well for their troubles. There's the unique looking KTM of Dennis Liebel, the Austrian driver who regularly competes in National Series over there. Of course, the National Series in Austria utilizing the Red Bull ring, the Salzburg ring as well as making trips over to circuits like the Slovakia ring in nearby, or just outside nearby Bratislava, just across the border Not too far from Vienna, actually, Bratislava, in terms of location, albeit with the bordering nations to consider in that process. There is turn 5. As you can see, the dusk is firmly a part of this race. It's only going to get darker over the next couple of minutes. Now, just behind the Radical, you can see on screen, we have the car that was second place. Just getting out of the car now is Gudmundsson. You just saw him get out of the car. Very back of shot, and slotting in there in the high-class racing suit is the fast Dane, Michael Markussen. Into the pits as well, where came the number 44 car, so Kari Schreiner is in. Peter Terting will be slotting into that AMG GT3 car next. Let's see if maybe Terting can get into the podium positions in the overall classification. Only the 72 car of Lauer and Francesco Lopez to consider as class competition. We have yellow flags down there at turn 10. Let's see if we can see anything obvious causing that yellow flag. The two Porsches side by side. And a third Porsche in the gravel trap. That's the 979 car of Julian Netzband that is in the gravel trap and has firmly been dug into the sand. Unfortunately, that is going to be a hefty recovery, and I thought it might. A safety car has been deployed, and well, this is going to be very interesting indeed, because this means that a few teams are going to be able to serve their safety car period without losing that much time. One of them being our race leader, Antonio Teixeira, who may well have just netted himself a significant margin over the field. There's going to be a lot of shuffling, and the timing screen is no doubt going to go absolutely berserk in a few minutes' time when the rest of the field collectively dive into the pit lane to serve their stops. Yes, this is going to be compelling viewing over the next few minutes. I'll keep up with it as best I can here in the commentary box. There's going to be a lot happening on my screen. I can tell you that the fastest lap of the race so far does, no surprise, belong to Antonio Teixeira, a 1:45.627 for the driver of the number 9 Ligier JSP3 that leads the way. There we see a couple of the BMWs, including the car that's second in the overall championship standings. There's the 81 being driven by Jose Manuel de los Milagros. The 101 car, sister car to the championship leader, is in as well. Schnitzel Alm can clearly, as you can see, have so many cars here today. BMWs, Mercedes, they have a very, very busy garage. And you can see that they're taping up that car, so clearly there's been some damage somewhere. Whether or not they have any part to play in the Julian Netzband incident remains to be seen, but certainly that car wearing a few war wounds after the first stint of this race. Immaculately prepared at the start, but especially in the last race of the day and the last race of the season, it was somewhat inevitable that drivers would start to let their hair down. There is the safety car queue, what little of it there is. And the car at the front of the order is the car that's been picked up by the Barcelona crew, which is great to see. Two very different Nissan-powered cars at the front of the order then. The Nissan GTR safety car and the big 5-litre Rumble of the Ligier JSP3 sitting behind as the leader of the race. Yet to make a pit stop, of course. An overwhelming majority of the field has already pitted. However, the Teixeira guys have not. Monza Garage will no doubt bring the car in now, yes. And another car that hasn't pitted is the car that follows. That's the number 11 of Marcel Marcevic. Now this is going to be very interesting for the championship, of course. How will staying out beyond the safety car period pan out for Marshevicks in the 11 car. Will this be advantageous that they stop under safety car? Under normal circumstances, yes, it would be. We'll have to see whether they come out in an advantageous position relative to Jose Manuel de los Milagros in the 81 BMW Hispana Motorsport entry. So Michael Sander will be getting installed into the car now. You can see that his race suit matches the car. And Marshevicks will be strapping him into the machine. You see there the seat slides forward, a bit of a height disparity between the two drivers in the BMW M2 CS. No more cars to come into pit lane now. This is the car that just pulled up there, the number 10 that we just saw in the background of Jamo Hartling was, I believe, the last car we expected to see in the pits. The only car that hasn't pitted at this point is Julian Netzband, and of course he is in the gravel at turn 10. So everyone now has pitted, and it won't be long before we can start to use the timing screen to work out exactly where everyone has come out following that. And certainly one big point of interest is going to be the location of Antonio Teixeira on the timing screen. There is the safety car train being led, I believe, by the 982, yes, the RN Vision STS Racing Team entry. Is that the leader in Cup S? No, it's not at the moment, although I'm sure the timing screen is still having a bit of a catch-up with everything that's happened in the last few minutes. It's Ralph Plonis at the wheel now, though, in the 982. 99 KTM. We just saw that car. It is third in the GT4 class now, behind Leon Kozlowski, and the class leader Gabriela Yilkova, the number 1 Mercedes, still listed as the GT4 leader at this stage. Of course, the safety car not able to pick up the leader with this with Antonio Teixeira pitting. Of course, the safety car did pick up the leader, and then the leader pitted. So I'm not sure whether or not we're going to see cars waved around before the green flag. Certainly, we've got a little while to wait yet, because the Porsche, as you can see on screen, is still firmly embedded in the gravel trap at turn 10 of this 16-corner 4.7 kilometre layout here at Catalunya. We have just over 16 minutes left to go. So potentially we're not going to get much more than 10 minutes of racing come the green flag. Well, goodness me, would that make things intriguing. A pure sprint to the finish, to the championship. If the safety car was pulled in now and the checkered flag put out, we would have a championship decision in favour of Marcel Marshevicks. And we see there, that's Uwe Lauer soaking in the data from the onboard of his car. That will now be Francesco Lopez at the wheel, and I believe Francesco will have come out ahead of Peter Terting. According to my timing screen, he has done. Francesco Lopez in 4th place, Terting in 7th overall in this safety car queue, which means that the GTR battle, the battle for the GTR class, which specialises for GT3 style cars, could be very, very close indeed by the time we get going, and between two very much class drivers as well in Francesco Lopez and Peter Terting. That would be a great clash between two very prominent GT racers. Then, of course, there's also the family battle between the Teixeira family. Manuel Teixeira in that number 7 car actually leads now. The Radical, of course, The SR8 now leads the way from Antonio in the Ligier JSP3. We haven't seen them on screen recently, but that is the order between the two. The third place car after the pit stops, according to the timing screens, is David Asfalg in the 131 car, taking over from Ulrich Ziegler. So it's a strong race from them to this point, although I would expect a few of the cars behind to make fairly swift work of the Cup car. And keep an eye as well on Michael Markussen. He will be ruining the fact that we're still behind safety car. He'll want to get back underway as soon as possible. Michael Markussen, the Dane driver, will be desperately hoping that we get just the one more lap of safety car. You can see there that the Porsche is in the process of being recovered, and so hopefully there won't be too long to wait before we can start to see some resolution and some green flag racing. Here comes the safety car queue across the line again then. Just 13 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. I think we're going to have just over 10 minutes of racing. And one would suspect that the safety car should be in this time, although that is yet to be confirmed, of course. But the Porsche Cayman was pretty much out of harm's way by the time they left the final corner, this safety car queue. So hopefully we're not too far away from seeing what happens in this race next. And one interesting thing to note about the way this has all panned out in terms of the pit stops is that there are effectively just two cars, sorry, on the lead lap. Manuel Teixeira and Antonio Teixeira, the two cars at the front of the order, the number 7 Radical and the number 9 Ligier, are both some 2 minutes and 40 seconds removed from David Asfalg, which means in practice that they are at the back of the safety car line, whereas Asfalg, Francesco Lopez, Michael Markussen are all at the front of the queue. So realistically, a majority of the field have lost a lap to the top two with this safety car period. So it's fallen very nicely for Monza Garage and the Teixeira family, but just about everyone else has really lost a chance to maybe be able to challenge for a race win. Whether Michael Markussen can maybe claim a podium out of this from 5th place remains to be seen. He's got David Asfalg in 3rd and Francesco Lopez in 4th to contend with. Safety car lights are still on with 12 minutes of racing to go. There you see on screen, that's the leading car, the Radical that just went through picture, and then the Ligier in 2nd place. Those are the two cars that lead the way at this stage. They're at the very back of the safety car queue, but those are the leaders of the race at this stage. The safety car is in on this lap, so we are about to go racing with just under 12 minutes to go. 11 minutes and 35 displayed as remaining on the clock. And in comes the GTR. The car that leads them away is the 982 Porsche Cayman. The field is back to green flag conditions, but the safety car queue has certainly fanned out as they've gotten back underway. And now one thing that's critical there, and you just saw the 81 car go through your picture, and the reason that's so important is because the 81 car is at the opposite end of the safety car queue from the number 11 of Marcel Marcevics. Although Marcevics shouldn't be at the wheel anymore, I believe it should be Michael Sander, as one of the Caymans there runs off circuit. That's Lina Nertzel in the 137. But recovers the car. Ooh, rejoins at a slightly compromising position, and that almost puts a major hindrance on the 11 car. Now on my screen it still says Marcel Marcevics. I'm not sure if it's Marcel or whether it is Michael Sander at the wheel. I don't know if potentially we might be able to get some word from pit lane on that, but my timing screen is still showing Marcel Marcevics at the wheel, which it shouldn't be in theory. Two drivers listed, and they're both meant to race in this Enduro. You see here that we're firmly into the dusk here at Catalunya, and you see there the Ferrari 488 GT3 scything through the order. That is the 72 of Francesco Lopez, the 4th place car overall at this stage, just ahead of Michael Markussen, who you see there, the 62 car, the runner-up in last year's TCR Denmark category, making a return to LMP3, raced in LMP3 in 2019. And certainly is eager to do more in these fabulous cars in the year that's coming. And look at this battle then that we've got between the Ferrari and the Ligier. Surely Markussen in the faster LMP3 car won't take long to dispatch Francesco Lopez, but Lopez is a quick driver in his own right. He's coaching Uwe Lauer, and he's getting a chance to race in this one. Oh, the door is closed there by the 131 car. That's the car in 3rd overall. So the 131 car of David Asphalt, that is the 3rd place runner. Francesco Lopez goes all the way around the outside at turn 4 to take 3rd position. Lopez up to 3rd place, then Asphalt having to concede to the fact that the GT3 car has superior road holding to the Cup car. Lopez gets into 3rd place then, and Markussen in the 62 will surely be the next to dispatch the 131 Porsche, and he will then pursue Lopez for this final podium position. In the Teixeira family battle, it is still Manuel in the Radical that leads by 1.5 seconds. We'll try and pick up on them at some point too, but here is our battle for what is 3rd overall. It's Francesco Lopez in the 72 car being followed by Michael Markussen in the 62. It's Ferrari 488 GT3 versus Ligier JSP3, and look who's following them. It's Peter Terting in the Mercedes AMG GT3 car. 3 highly qualified, vastly experienced and decorated drivers, again in wildly different cars. This is fabulous racing between the 3 of them. It's Lopez in 3rd place for now, but Markussen is coming in hot, and Peter Terting is following them both. This is brilliant stuff. Absolutely loving the combination of GT3 and LMP3. Surely Markussen can find a way past Lopez in the 7.5 minutes that remain. They're different cars, yes, but on paper that LMP3 should be quicker. I think a bit of a flash of the headlights there as they go down the main straight. Will Lopez go defensive, or is Markussen going to find a way through? Markussen looks to the inside, does not get it done on the brakes. Interesting. So Francesco Lopez holds on to 3rd position. Peter Terting there is still following in 5th place as well. The battle for 3rd through 5th place is within a second out there on circuit. There's the 458 going through the shot there as well, further back. That's the 73 of Ralf Schuchmann. And look at these 3 in the battle for 3rd place. It's brilliant racing. The 72 car being absolutely hounded by Markussen and Peter Terting. We've also got the Teixeiras way out front in the top 2. And they're having to contend with traffic as well. The 72 car, though, ploughing the way for the cars that follow. Lopez, you can see that he's pushing. Did you see how much runoff he took there out of turn 9 into turn 10? And Markussen locks up the brakes, gets up the inside, and the 62 Ligier is through. Terting says, okay, fine, I'll follow. And he is all over the back of the Ligier now. So then Markussen is up to 3rd place in the Ligier. Peter Terting is up to 4th place in the 44 Schnitzelalm Mercedes. And in one fell swoop, Francesco Lopez has been demoted to 5th position, but it could still go any which way. There's the number 875 Porsche, which we saw earlier on our little pit lane amble. That car being very courteously driven and staying out of the way of any potential dramas, the 975 car of Harry Verkerk. So it's Markussen from Terting from Lopez. in this battle for third position. We really need to try and find the Teixeira family, though, out on circuit, because the number 7 and the number 9 car are at extremely close proximity out there on circuit. I believe they are somewhere in the first sector at the moment. Here's this battle we've been talking about for third place. And I can confirm that off camera we've had a change for the lead. Antonio Teixeira. Let's wait here at this corner, because I believe we're about to see Antonio Teixeira come through in the lead. There it is. There's the leading car. Teixeira, Antonio Teixeira in the number 9 Ligier now leads. We just saw that on screen. Manuel Teixeira's already lost about a second to him, so I'm not sure there's going to be a response. Antonio Teixeira, who dominated race 2, now leads race 3. We continue to watch, though, this battle for third position overall. Clearly the most exciting fight out on circuit for the time being. Markussen in the 62, still holding off Peter Terting, and here is what I was just talking about. There's the leading car, the number 9, Antonio Teixeira, now leads the race on what is lap 20 of this 45-minute encounter. Teixeira, who was so impressive in race 2, has once again claimed the lead. The pit stops really went against him. The safety car period and the pit stops kind of went against him relative to Manuel, who we still see there in second in the Radical. But for now, it looks as though Antonio has the position sealed. He's gone 3 seconds faster on that lap alone. So I think all has been decided in this battle between the top two. However, there is still 3.5 minutes left to go. So late twists of the tail may yet occur. This should be the penultimate lap of the race, incidentally, here at Barcelona, and the penultimate lap of the season. At the moment, Marcel Marchevitz in the 11 car is all set to be our champion in just under 3 minutes' time. In the number 11 BMW M2 CS from the Schnitzelalm Racing outfit. I believe the battle for third place should be appearing at turn 10 in the next few seconds, which is the end of the second sector. Hopefully we can get to see them again, because Terting is still fairly close behind Markussen. You see some of the rest of the fields. And sure enough, just heading into turns 10, 11 in the final section is Markussen. So Markussen is just going through the final chicane, I believe, at the moment, and he has been building a lead over Peter Terting. So Terting, I think, is maybe lost out in this battle for third position as we continue to look through the field. There's the 131 car running 6th overall and well on the way to a class win in Cup R. That 131 car driven by David Asphalt currently, and it was Ulrich Ziegler at the wheel at the start of the race. The car number 90, that is Andreas Zemaitis, has received a 70-second penalty due to not serving correct time in the pit lane. A few other teams under investigation for similar shenanigans as well, but that one's been confirmed on our timing screens. We have just over a minute of racing to go as we look out to the final chicane. There is the car that looks set to be runner-up, unfortunately. That being the number 81 BMW that was just going out of shot as I started that sentence. It was the BMW Hispana car of Jose Manuel de los Milagros that's all set to be the winning, or the second place car in the championship. Unfortunately, they look like they might have been the winners coming into this. Now, the battle we just followed on camera briefly there is for GT4 honours. Leon Kozlovsky in the 84 car, we're watching that on camera there, is just about holding off Gabriela Yilkova in the number 1. So that is for 8th overall and the GT4 lead. We saw Kozlowski and Yilkova running line astern in the 84 and number 1 Mercedes AMG GT4s just a few moments ago. We are on to the last lap of the race then. And I'm hearing a car into the pits. Manuel Teixeira has just come into the pit lane. The checkered flag is out, and I think Manuel Teixeira has crossed the line as our winner. Antonio Teixeira has gone into the pit lane on the very last lap. The checkered flag, I think, was put out ever so slightly early. And Manuel Teixeira has crossed the line on our timing screens as the winner already. Antonio Teixeira is in the pit lane. There's the checkered flag waving on the main straight, but it's all change. There across the line is the number 81 BMW Hispana car. Here's our GT4 winners. It will be Leon Kozlowski that's won there. And Gabriela Yilkova comes across the line in 2nd place in GT4. That's 8th and 9th overall. We're still awaiting the final positions on the podium overall. But something very strange has happened here. The pit lane has certainly... well, rather, I should say the checkered flag, I think, came out ever so slightly early. And Manuel Teixeira has come across the line as our winner on the timing screen by a mere 0.2 of a second. Antonio Teixeira came into the pit lane on the very last lap for reasons we're not yet sure of. Across the line to take 3rd is Michael Markussen. You just see there the Ligier JSP 320 and then Peter Terting in the AMG GT3 in 4th. And in 5th place, Francesco Lopez crosses the line in the 488 GT3 car. We just see him trundling out of shot. I think just about everybody has taken the checkered flag, including Marcel Marcevic, who I believe is still at the wheel of the number 11 car, which, at least on the timing screen it says that. He didn't take, he took the start as well as I understand it, so not quite sure what's happened with the number 11 crew. But there you see celebrations, or in the pit lane I'm seeing celebrations from the Schnitzelalm team, so they know they've done enough to claim the championship, and sure enough, there they are. Schnitzelalm Racing will have done enough to claim the championship here with the number 11 crew. That's going to be a hugely exciting moment for everybody involved in that operation. Marcel Marcevic and Michael Sander will be delighted with this result for the number 11 crew. The safety car certainly had its role to play in this race, with plenty of cars ending up separated from the others. Now, I'm just seeing that the number 9 car has been disqualified, or DNQ it says on the screen. The number 9 of Antonio Teixeira has been excluded seemingly from the results, is now at the back of the timing screen. David Kiefer, Volker Sigvarf and others have also been the same fate.
We're down at Schnitzelalm.
And so lots going on here at Catalunya, but for now we can throw down to the pit lane where the celebrations are ongoing.
Collecting all the congratulations there. Thomas, congratulations. That was a very, very tough week, and with all your cars, with all the strategy irritation that was there in this race, but finally you've done it. You are the champion.
Thank you very much for this place, for this race, for this championate. Thank you very much. On Greatlich Racing, nice. Uwe! And the GT3 car, nice move for the first race in our life. Nice, thank you. I go drink a beer.
Do that, Thomas. Congratulations. Now we need to find Marcel. There he is. Of course, we have to say congratulations to one of the two drivers' champions. Well done. That was an entertaining day. How did you see the last few minutes of the race, Marcel?
Yeah, he's the best man, the best man.
Yeah, very exciting. So, yeah, in the last race weekend, we fought for the championship, and we were second when we came here. So it was a hard battle and very intense the last few minutes. So crazy, yeah, very happy.
Marcel, have a great evening. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And of course, we're going to find Michael now.
Okay, so that confirms that Marcel did get out of the car, even though the timing screens were telling me otherwise, much to my great confusion. But what I'm particularly confused and intrigued by is Antonio Teixeira rolling down pit lane at the very end of the race to end up second after leading. And then, all of a sudden, he's been put to the very back of the order, seemingly excluded from the race. So there's a lot going on here. However, Manuel Teixeira will be considered our race winner in that Radical SR8. And as it stands on the timing screen, Michael Markussen in the 62 car, the Ligier JSP 320 second, Peter Terting, who finishes third place in the Mercedes AMG. Double celebrations for Schnitzelhelm, as we heard, because they've also claimed the GT3 win ahead of Francesco Lopez in the 72 Biermacher Ferrari. Then David Asphalt claiming the Cup R honours in 5th place ahead of Martin Engelmeyer in 6th. Leon Kozlowski just about won the GT4 class in 7th overall ahead of Gabriela Zhilkova. Lena Nertzel in the 137 car in 9th. And then rounding out the overall top 10 will be our new champions. The number 11, Marcel Marjevics, rounding out the top 10 and claiming, provisionally at least, the GT Winter Series Championship of 2021 and 2022. Andreas Zemaitis in the Cup S class number 90 is classified as finishing 11th. Did have a penalty attributed to it during the race, but I can only assume that was served. You see the dusk is firmly upon us here, and the celebrations have well and truly begun in the pit lane. And there we can see the beaming smile in the orange and black race suit of Michael Sander, and I believe we're going to hear from him in just a moment.
Yes, of course, all the congratulations down here next to Park Ferme. Michael Sander being greeted by the Schnitzelal team and a proper Estrella shower there. Michael, congratulations. How did you like that beer shower?
Oh, thank you very much. I think it's quite a German way of celebrating something. Who needs champagne if we have German beer?
And if your team is called Schnitzelhelm. That was a properly exciting day today and a properly exciting last race of the season. How did you see it? I mean, there was safety car and everything.
It was an absolutely spectacular event, specifically this final event. So with all these rain and safety car, and then it cleared up and we thought, okay, we can go through slicks, but then it was rain again. So that was quite, I think, a fascinating debut for my season, and a fantastic start for the next year to come. So we liked it very much.
So can you already tell us about your racing plans for the 2022 season?
Well, I started racing this year, so it's very, very early. But I think I'll attend the VLN on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, so Schnitzelhelm, Nürburgring and beer. I think that's quite appropriate.
And of course, it's a great story to have although he's young, but he's experienced, Marcel, isn't he? Together with you in your first racing season. That's an interesting combination and a great one to win the championship title.
Absolutely. And to be honest, all the credits go to Marcel, because he's one of the best drivers I've ever seen in the world. He's a fantastic coach. He can tell me everything I want to know about the car in a quite analytical way, in a way that dudes like I understand that. And beside that, he's an extremely fast driver. It's unbelievable what he, let's say, squeezed out of this little Beamer. And so despite all the GT4 competitions, I think he set some benchmarks and set some hurdles quite high regarding lap time. So thanks to the team and thanks to Marcel. I think all the credits go to the team and to Marcel.
Any plans for the celebration tonight yet?
Well, I think that's traditionally the role of the team leader to prepare something. And given the fact that Thomas is called the party beast, I'm expecting nothing less than a fantastic evening and early night. And I hope to get my plane in early morning on Monday.
Right, I think he was quite excited a couple of minutes ago, so I think there should be a good party. Enjoy it, Michael. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All the best to you. Thanks.
So one more thought, Adam, concerning the Teixeira LMP3 car. I think it's been disqualified simply because you just can't take checkered flag through the pit lane. That's my idea, but of course there is a bit of confusion why he came into the pits so early. So maybe some final thoughts from you, Adam?
Well, potentially. As you say that, it's been put back onto my timing screen in second place, registered once again as finishing second place, 2/10 behind Manuel Teixeira. So quite what has happened here tonight, at least at the front of the order. I imagine that's going to come out in the wash in the aftermath. One thing we know for sure, though, is the Schnitzelalm racing garages will be the place to be. And the party beast will surely be unleashed this evening in the Schnitzelalm garage. Congratulations to them, and massive congratulations to everybody who has been a part of this fabulous event here today at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. We've seen some fabulous racing, some wonderful cars being pushed to their limits, and well, some deserving winners all round. I'm, though, going to sign off from here in the commentary box and leave you in the capable hands of Lukas as we say our farewells.
Pretty much just to say goodbye as well from the pit lane. It's been a very exciting day. The last one of the GT Winter Series 2021 and 2022. The new champions are crowned. It's Schnitzelalm Racing with Michael and Marcel, who just snatched the championship victory and who are going to have a great party tonight. Thank you very much for joining us on our first live stream coverage for the GT Winter Series. Big thanks to everyone at Gt4 Racing at the Barcelona circuit to make this possible for the first time ever. We hope you enjoyed it. Take care and see you next time. All the best. Bye-bye.